Seals! Big Seals! You get 2. By the way, that environment last night with the Kelly Greens was spectacular. That was spectacular. The lighting, the whole bird in the middle of the field, the uniform. That looked awesome last night. Dude, that to me, you had a chance to reflect back in time and think about Gang Green and Reggie and Jerome and all that. It was really great, man. That was a wonderful environment. The fans were great. The opponents. That was a good Sunday night football game as long as it lasted. Now, I hate to do this to you, but dual threat. Dual threat. One more. Dual threat. Dude's walking around with a brace. This is one thing that I wish to God and pray to God that I'm not right about. I want to underscore this right now. I don't want to highlight Jalen Hurts' availability by the end of the year. I don't want to land on that pod. I just don't. But when you're walking around with a knee brace and you're telling people now you're playing in pain, these dudes don't have high ceilings. They don't have high ceilings. Now, that's a sidebar story. That's a sidebar story. Hey, when your quarterback comes out in the second half with a knee brace, that's a story. That's a story, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, that's a story. Your quarterback and the style of play he has, it's not sustainable. It's just not happening. That guy ain't playing 17 games this year. That guy may never play 17 games. May never play. That's what dual threat does. Hey, does anybody actually think the guy in Baltimore is going to play 17 ball games this year? Not a chance. It's not a Jalen Hurts comment. It's a style of play comment. Whether you like it or not, you know it. Hey, and get this. You can say whatever you want about what I just said. Don't stick your head in the sand because you know it's true. Guys playing. So is he going to play with the Commander game with a knee brace? Interesting. Not trending in a good place right now. Let me get to my takeaways from the game. That was a great win last night. That was an absolutely great win. Completely, absolutely dominated the Miami Dolphins on both sides of the ball. Just dominated. You know, I heard people actually trying to make a comment that the Dolphins were fighting to hang in there. They were fighting to hang in there with the Eagles. I mean, when the game was close, I never felt that Miami was going to pull away and win. And the Eagles still haven't played their best football yet. I mean, they did such a great job on Tagovailoa. I mean, they did. Sean Desai is a future NFL head coach. Did you just praise T-Law against the Saints rushing with a bad knee? I don't give a shit about T-Law. Dual threat quarterback knee brace, second half. Deal with it, boss. Deal with it. I just absolutely thought that there's no question that the secondary stood up last night and they played out great. It was just absolutely great. They absolutely beat that team up on both sides of the football. Sean Desai did such a great job. There's no question that guy is going to be a head football coach, especially on what we're seeing, what D'Amico Ryan's doing in Houston. That was fabulous last night. Just absolutely fabulous. And let me put this out there to you too. Josh Sweat, holy shit, is he all pro? That guy is all pro. What a football player Josh Sweat is. Setting the edge, the way he sets the edge, is Brian Burns better than him? Man, I don't know. He is such a great, not good anymore. He is a great football player. Wow. What a dominating football player Josh Sweat is. Pass rusher, plays the run, wreaking havoc, plays with pain. He is such a good dude. Though every single freaking game I watch him play, he is getting better and better and better and better. What a fabulous football player. Just absolutely fabulous football player. I mean, the Eagles were a punishing puncher, and the Dolphins, to me, it seemed, were counterpunchers. There was nothing that the Eagles couldn't handle last night. You know what's great, too? All the players, because they have played in big games, and I just told Tone this, I think that's your biggest win in 2 years. Sean Desai ran the Fangio-style defense better than Fangio did. He did. He was creative, too. That's your biggest win in 2 years. It's your biggest win in 2 years versus talented people. And won. That's your best win in 2 years under Nick Sirianni. You dominate, because you know why? You dominated an opponent, and you made the opponent know, hey, you may have all these statistics, and people may be talking about you like the greatest show on turf, but when you get into those spotlight games, you got to win those games. You just can't get killed in games like that. Look at the Dolphins' issues now. You know what you probably did to the Dolphins? You set the Dolphins' mentality back probably 3 weeks, because now the Dolphins have to combine that with the Bills' ass kicking, and now the ass kicking they got last night, and they have to have a come to Jesus conversation as an organization. Are we contenders or pretenders? The Eagles, you know what they come? Hey, you know what the Eagles come out of that game with? Commanders up next. That's a championship mentality. That's a championship mentality. They're not coming out of that game crowing. You know what they're coming out of that game doing? Divisional opponent Washington's next. I mean, the Bills and the Eagles knocked back the Dolphins' mentality. They did more damage than what I think even Dallas is going through with Arizona and with the 49ers. It's the same kind of stuff. Damn, are we good or not? They're questioning whether or not they can hang with the elite teams now. That's kudos to you. That's kudos to you. Reddick is just an absolute. I'd rather have Hassan Reddick than Micah Parsons. I'm finished with that conversation. I've seen enough. Since Parsons came to Philadelphia, and I've watched him, he's gotten better. And am I right when I say this? You signed that guy for 3 years, $45 million. What an absolute insane steal. What an insane steal. That guy's a $20 million a year guy. I want to show you, you know what? I'm even going to go off script here, and I want to show you something about your future here. So check this out. Here's your front four right now. Josh Sweat, 5.5 sacks. He's on pace for 13-4. Jordan Davis, 2.5. He's on pace for 6.1. He has more sacks now than he has in the last 4 years. And he's on pace for 6. Jalen Carter is on pace for 8. Your two interior defensive linemen, 8.5 and 6, they're trending towards. And Reddick on the other side, 13-4. I mean, when it comes to pass rushing and run stopping, really the 49ers are better? Even the mercenary linebackers are playing better. Jalen Hurts is still a turnover machine. He's still a turnover machine. He's got 10 turnovers in 7 ball games. Does the knee injury have something to do with that? Because it's Jalen Hurts, I'm going to give him the latitude of thinking there has to be something to that. 10 turnovers in 7 games for that player? I don't know. Let me put this one out there to you. But by the way, once again, let's back up here and say this. That's the best win in 2 years. 2.5 years since Jalen Hurts has been the starting quarterback. That's your best win versus elite talent and elite coaching. I think as an organization, that was a great win. Is there a better, hey, let me ask you this. If you had to pick between A.J. Brown and Tyreek Hill as the best wide receiver in the NFL, who would you want in your huddle? I'm going to take the kid in Philly. It's like watching Terrell Owens again. That's Terrell Owens. He gets the ball. Man, it takes 3 dudes to get him down. It's like watching Michael Irvin back in the day, but a better athletic Michael Irvin. That's what I'll say about A.J. Brown. He's a more physical and, I don't know, he's probably as physical as Michael, but a better athlete. He's insane. He is, I'll tell you this again. Is there a better wide receiver in pro football than A.J. Brown? Would you take Justin Jefferson over him? Shit, I don't know. I can't believe I'm over here now going like this. Is that dude underpaid? Man, is he good. Fuck. Dude, you can have him covered, and it doesn't matter. You can have him covered, and he's almost undefensible. And I'll tell you what, as Jalen continues to evolve as a passer, he covers up any mistakes that anyone makes. If you're Tennessee, you underutilize that guy, you should be ashamed of yourselves. No wonder he bitches at him and throws shade back at him. You never use that player. Look what happens when a player goes to a different system on what it can do to elevate your game. Tennessee was wasted. Dude, look at his pedestrian numbers. Now you look at him here, you're like this. Holy shit. I mean, he is so better than he was in Tennessee. That's a Tennessee thing. No wonder the GM got his ass fired. Dude, A.J. Brown, man. You get that guy the ball, he is unbelievable. I'm not going to tell you he's better than Terrell Owens, but he plays a lot like T.O. Okay? A.J. Brown has 809. The entire Titans receiving corps has 789. He's unbelievable. Jordan Davis has completely upped his game and turned his entire game around this year. I mean, he and Jalen Carter and Josh Sweat and that front four were exceptional. You beat the freaking shit out of that Dolphin team. You beat them up. Hey, I'm sorry I don't subscribe to what some of the pundits are saying that the Dolphins kind of – dude, I don't want to be on a football team that hangs around and hangs in there. I want to be on the football team. Get this, and I still don't believe the Eagles played their best ball game. I came out of that going like this. The Eagles probably played, what would we say, 85% of their max? Maybe 80, something like that, 85% of their max? 85% of their best. Crush that team. Crush that team. Absolutely crush that team. Man, outstanding. Here's something else. I don't want to hear this shit they got away with stuff in penalties. You throw up a donut in penalties and the other team has 10. They had to do everything they could just to stay in the fight. And they couldn't. 10 penalties for 70 yards versus a team that had none. I love listening to Sills eating. I'm not eating any crow. Ain't no crow here. You won. Hey, and Hoss, sometimes you get the egg and sometimes you get the shell. Ain't no crow eating here. You stepped up and played well. It's your best win in 2.5 years. What do you want me to say? Your quarterback still, I don't know, dual threat. He ain't making the whole year. The question will be, will he get to the postseason? We're halfway through the season. He's in a knee brace. This is the third year in a row he's had some injury issues. Right? Right? Say it. Right? Just a fabulous win. Just a fabulous win. Fabulous. Fabulous win. Let's look at the numbers now. Then we'll get into Hurts. And the fear the Eagles are having is playing out for your quarterback now. He's getting banged up. He's getting banged up. And you have a ton more games to go. First downs, listen to this. 26-24. You doubled them. Here is what is one of the absolute significant numbers in the game here. 48 plays the Dolphins ran. Do you understand what that is? You basically ran 12 plays a quarter. 12. The stars were on defense last night along with AJ. You held the team to 12 plays. 355 in total offense to 244, lowest output for the Dolphins all year. Passing yards, 256 to 199. Rushing, I don't know what's happening to the Eagles' run game. 99 to 45. We were tush pushing from our own 25 and 35. That shows you how dominant you are, maniac, where you were doing shit like that to people and you were pushing their shit in their own face. I don't care. We could be dude, pretty soon Nick's going to do it on his own 10. Talk about breaking a team's neck. Rushing attempts, 34. They stuck with it, though. We talked about the penalties and goose eggs. 0 to 10 for 70. Turnovers. Eagles 2. Dolphins 1. Look at his time of possession here. They played keep away. Almost 37 minutes, 23 minutes. Can't win a game running 48 plays and having the ball 23 minutes. Not a chance. Stills on Monday afternoon saying you beat the shit take mushrooms out of the Dolphins. Did you not? Did you see something different? I don't know what you're expecting me to do here. Anything different than what I always do. It's your best win in 2.5 years. What do you want me to say? The numbers. Jalen Hurts, 23, 31, 279, 2 touchdowns, a pick, horrible pick. 109.5, and also a fumble in the game. Tagovailoa, 23 of 32, 216, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, 87.5. I tell you what, something that goes under the radar here is DeAndre Swift, 62 yards carrying the ball. Man, I'll tell you what, when they get Goddard and Swift established early, I mean, they just moved the chains. They really moved the chains, man. And Swift has been such an upgrade to Miles Sanders. Raheem had 9 carries for 45 yards, completely stuffed them. Brown continues just to explode. 10 catches, 137 to TD. Tyreek Hill, outstanding job, Sean Desai. 11 catches, 88, and 1 and a crucial drop. You know why he dropped it? Because he was getting hit. He was getting hit. They were putting a hat on him. How many times did you see him and they put a hat on him? They made sure every time that the football went to him, they hit him. Sean Desai, that's the best coordinated football game by an Eagle coordinator in 2.5 years. Eagles make teams one-dimensional every week. It didn't matter in that game, though. What you're not listening to is the Dolphins were never in it. Devontae Smith, 4 catches, 49. Swift was great. Josh Sweat, 2 sacks. Hassan Reddick, 2 TFLs. Game balls. Then we're going to go over to Hurts here. A.J. Brown gets a game ball. Josh Sweat gets a game ball. Jordan Davis gets a game ball. Hassan Reddick gets a game ball. Jason Kelce was fabulous last night. It was as good as it gets. You want to hear something else? How about this? A guy who many people were looking at doesn't belong back there. How about the job that Terrell Edmonds did? That guy had a boatload of plays last night and made them. Do you understand the track team that came into Lincoln Financial last night? You guys beat the Jamaican 4x100 relay team, and you stopped them. You upset that entire group. Something a lot of people can't do. Okay? I thought Edmonds made about 16 tackles last night. Dude, was there times he got beat? Yeah. But without him back there making plays and getting guys on the ground, you were in trouble. Getting beat, you're going to get beat against that offense. But holding that defense intact the way they did, good for them. Good for them. Really good. Really good. Okay? Did a really good job back there in the secondary. I'll put this back out there now. Now let's get to your quarterback. And I'll ask you first before I give my assessment on Jalen Hurts. How well do you think he played last night? How well do you think Jalen Hurts played last night? C plus, B minus? 8 out of 10. Guy's got 10 turnovers in 7 games, and Scott thinks the guy played great. A, B. Holding the ball way too long. Crazy bad decisions. B minus. Because when he had to make plays, he did. Okay? And he's hurt. And he's hurt. You know, it's funny. People keep saying, and Dozick goes, unlucky turnover. Gee, funny. How about every week you're saying unlucky turnover, unlucky turnover, unlucky turnover? I mean, you're going to keep doing that? How many weeks are you going to keep saying unlucky turnover? He's been turning the ball over since the Super Bowl. One game he didn't, Washington. Outside the 2 turnovers, he played well, completed 74% of his passes, 279, 3 total TDs. Think he's holding the ball too much and carrying the ball the way he is right now, injured? That's what you get with dual threat. Again, I say B minus. I don't think Brian Johnson called a shitty game. I don't. I think actually both coordinators outcoached the Miami Dolphin coaches in this ball game. I think Desai had a better game than Fangio, and I think that Johnson had a better game than what Mike McDaniel did. And the players absolutely played their asses off. You know what, man? That team is so super talented. And, I mean, the Eagles have so much talent on that football team that they can overcome anything. and the leadership, the quarterback. Again, see, this is why I say that team probably, if you want to say it really last night, they played between 80 and 85% of their max potential. And they beat a 5-1 football team that lights up like a Christmas tree when you're looking at scoreboards. And they stuffed them on both sides of the ball. I'm going to talk about the coordinators here in a minute more. The first red zone play calling. I'm sorry, Tone, could you put up Maniacs, please? Yeah, East Cannon goes, Brian Johnson called an okay game. Yeah. The first red zone play calling, I wanted to puke. I get it. Again, for 60 minutes, I thought he was okay. I didn't think it was a poorly called game. Dude, the one pick was atrocious. That's not on him. That's on Jalen holding the ball too long. There's something in there. Now, again, the problem that you're seeing here is they're getting more away from running the ball. I think they could have beat the living piss out of the Miami Dolphins running the ball right down their throat. Dude, when you're running the tush push on a 35 and your own 25, you have no respect for their run defense. You could have put that ball out there 50 times and ran them off the field, and they would have never got the ball. Turnovers kept them in it. I would say this to you about, again, let me finish up with Jalen here. Am I concerned about his injury? I am. Because you know why? It's one thing just to have an Achilles injury and you're not a running quarterback. As long as it doesn't affect your plant and your throw and your arm or your shoulder, those quarterbacks are going to be fine. But when you're a dual threat guy like this, that affects your entire offense. Especially, hey, can it be the reason that they're really not running the ball as much anymore is because the quarterback is hurt? Could it be? You think they're backing up a little bit on the run? And the play calls in the run game because the quarterback. Now, no one really has been able, and no one will. And they, by the way, nor should they say anything about when Hurts got hurt. They shouldn't give any information out. They should leave that as vague as possible. You don't want to give the opponent any kind of information, but they'll see it on film. Players will be going for it. Some are saying he got hurt in a Jet game. Okay? Washington's going to be tough for you. Washington will be a tough opponent. Seemingly, they got some sort of like kryptonite that you guys are in really a tough game with them. And I'll point it out to you. And in the last 4 games, you've had one comfortable win. The rest of them have been by 4 points or less. It's not like you're blowing that team out. Yeah. Let's do that for AJ now then. Because he thinks that he's going to blow out the Commanders. Well, let's see what they've done the last 4 games. Here. Got the dates for you, too. Since 2021, here's the last 4 games against the Commanders. 20-16, Eagles, 4-point win. September 25th, 2022. 24-8, Eagles. There's your comfortable win. November 19th, 2022, 32-21, Commanders win. And just a month ago, November 1, 34-31. Where in your crazy thinking that you're going to blow the Commanders out when you haven't in the last 4 games? Except for once. And they've beat you once. Or is this made up? As usual. Delusional. Let's go to the coordinators here now. Let's start with Brian Johnson. What would you give Brian Johnson's grade as a coordinator in that game on Sunday? Sills, you not Washington to English, Keon. Okay. English. I don't want a UN translator for your comments, please. B plus, B plus, B minus, A minus. I won't go there. I'll go B minus. I again, for 60 minutes of football, 60 minutes of football, I thought he did a nice job. And what I liked about it is the establishing of Goddard and Swift, which opened up AJ. AJ covers so much stuff up. Man, can I tell you the one thing? He gets open not in route running. He gets open in power running and power routes. He plants that foot, turns on the wheel, and man, he is a power player. That he's one of the most explosive power players that I've seen at that position in a long time. There's nothing finesse about A.J. Brown. He kind of personifies the entire offense of the Eagles. I don't think the Eagles will blow them out, but hear me out on this, Sills. You played this game before, and you know there are certain teams. Absolutely, dude. The Saints for the Bucks that just know how to tone. When we talk at 3:30, our segment, and then, hey, by the way, we have to move Gary Cobb to 5:30 today from Fox 29 in Philly. He'll join us at 5:30 instead of his usual spot at 4:30. Tone, it's the Saints. I don't know what it is, the Saints and the Bucks. The Saints have the Bucks number. They always do. It's insane. No matter how good or bad the other team is, you come away with you're like, shit. How are they still in this? Dude, A.J. Brown's a power player. He is a powerful. I'll tell you what, man. Honest to God. I'm going to ask you this question one more time. What do you think was a bigger acquisition by Howie? The signing of Reddick or the trade for AJ? Man. And both of these guys are underpaid. Dude, AJ Brown, would I take him over Justin Jefferson? Shit. In that offense? Probably. If I'm building an offense, probably not. Or I don't know even now anymore. I really don't know, man. He is so fucking good. And you know what I like about him more? Man, he wants to punch you in the face every time he... Doesn't it feel like that guy runs like his emotions are on his fist? Man. He is such a good football player. And he gets open with power. And once he turns, dude, those secondary guys want nothing to do with him. I'll tell you, him and DK Metcalf in Seattle, that's my style of wideout. Man, you throw, hey, by the way, A.J. Brown and DK can be covered, but they're not. You know what I mean? They could be covered, but they're not. There's no doubt A.J. Brown is separated from Devontae. That's not a bad thing. Devontae's still young and growing as an NFL player. And being on a football team with A.J. Brown is like T.O. being on a football field with Jerry Rice. You think that didn't help T.O.'s growth as a wide receiver when he first came into the league and he had Rice on the other side? Let me say, think about that. Terrell Owens' first couple of years in the NFL, he had Jerry Rice on the other side. Jerry Rice was over there. And you got a chance to watch how a guy prepared. You had a chance to watch how a guy played in-game, how tough he was, kind of routes he ran. Can't be anything but beneficial. Reddick was crazy good against the run, too. Really good. And by the way, how many times was he in the backfield? How many times was he back there? Exceptional football player. You know, I was wrong about him when he first came because I didn't see I don't know what it was. His first 6 games, I was like this. Guy's on a milk carton. And all of a sudden, I'll tell you what. Let me say this to you guys. Who's been a better Eagle? A.J. Brown since they got here or Hassan Reddick? Keon, relax. It's one game. Look at Keon making a career statement for Reddick on one game. When it talks about stopping the run. Got to love Keon, man. Prisoner of the moment. Who's been a better Eagle since he got here? A.J. Brown or Hassan Reddick? AJ? Devin, I don't like to straddle the fence like that. But I can't pick one either. They've been both tremendous. Hey, can you guys think of a better acquisition other than Terrell Owens in the last 20 years? The trade for A.J. Brown and the signing of Hassan Reddick, are they Howie Roseman's best moves that he's made? And I know Slay was a part of a deal that he got with Detroit, but I don't think Slay has been as good as those two guys. I don't think Alshon Jeffries has been as good as those two guys. I do not. Okay? And here's the thing. Here's the one thing you're getting with A.J. Brown that T.O. didn't give you. You know what he's given you? He's given you 2005, where Owens couldn't give you 2005 because of all the bullshit. This guy had a career year last year, and now he's doing it again. This is where AJ's a better player for the Eagles than Owens was. You know why? He's giving you the second year Owens never gave you. You thought you'd have Owens for 5 years. Did you not think that? Malcolm Jenkins you think Malcolm Jenkins had the same impact that AJ and Reddick are having? Man, Malcolm Jenkins, and I'm with you, fabulous football player. Exceptional. Top shelf player. But, dude, this guy's better than Micah Parsons. Or how about this? I don't know if he's better. He's out. Is this a fair statement? Is this a fair statement? I would go here. I don't know if he's better than Micah Parsons, but in the last 17 games, has Hassan Reddick outplayed Micah Parsons? Chris says AJ's great, but he's not better than T.O. But he's giving you more than T.O. You see what I'm saying, Scott? I agree with that statement, Scott. Or, excuse me, Chris. I agree with that, Chris. He's not better, but he's giving you more. Because he's giving you the 2005 season Owens never gave you. He's doing something that you thought Owens was going to do. You know what that is? I don't think he's outplayed Bosa. Okay? Well, maybe he has. Maybe the only guy he hasn't outplayed is Myles Garrett. Incredible. Last 17, 16 games, whatever you want to call it, Reddick has outplayed Parsons. And you could make the comment, and all the Cowboy lovers can talk about what they think of that guy. I thought he was a force last night. By the way, Jalen Carter. Brian Baldinger texted me last night and goes, Sills, are we watching Jerome Brown 2.0? I go, dude, I've been saying it since the draft. This guy, remember? Hey, right, Tone? I've been saying this since the draft. This guy's Jerome Brown. Everyone was like, hey, Sills, that's really high praise and a lot of pressure. And I'm like, this guy's going to be Jerome Brown. I've been saying that since day one. You draft this guy, you're drafting Jerome Brown. From a pure stat perspective, Reddick and Parsons are having similar seasons. Reddick at 5.5 sacks and 7 TFLs. Parsons at 5 sacks and 7 TFLs. Yeah, but I go back last year to the last 17. I didn't see Parsons in the back end of that year last year for the Dolphins. And when you got to the playoffs, Hassan Reddick was a force. I didn't see him in that San Francisco game for the Cowboys. I saw Reddick take out the starting quarterback of the Niners. Hassan Reddick has been the best edge rusher in the NFL the past 2 years, and it's not even a question. The others shine at times, but other than while wearing the cast, he's on. That's right. The cast slowed him up at the beginning of the year, but not crazily slowed him up. You know? And by the way, him playing through the injury, kudos again. Kudos again to him. I would say that Reddick has more impactful stats than Parsons. How come every time I tune on a big game, I see that guy? And every time I tune on a Dallas Cowboy game with Parsons in, I don't see that guy. Every freaking game I watch the two, there's Reddick making a TFL. There's Reddick a hit on a quarterback. There's Reddick with a sack. I look at Parsons, and like at the end of the last game with the Chargers have to be one of the biggest disappointments in the NFL this season at 2-4. That coach, you know what? That coach, and you could tell that the memorandum that went around from the NFL owners about signing coaches to contract extensions and firing guys in season and then hiring more people and elevating and giving new contracts. That's something, because last year, Frank Reich got blown out. Who was the guy? Matt Rule got blown out. You're not seeing that like we did a year ago prior to going into the halfway mark where coaches were fired early. Nobody's been fired. Staley should have been fired after that Minnesota disaster. Listen, do I think Jalen gets better? Depending on his injury. D'Amico Ryan happy with Anderson kicking himself for not getting Carter. I think Will Anderson will be fine. Okay? I think if anything, you talk about the Texans not getting Carter. How about the Bears? I mean, don't you think the Bears, a city that's known for defense, wouldn't want to have a guy like that? Now, then again, maybe that environment wouldn't be conducive for Jalen Carter to go up there, because that thing's a shit show up in Chicago. Okay? If we were talking impact at important times, Reddick, the best in the league. His plays always come at important moments. That's what you call big-time players, man. Big-time players. Ray, Garrett is the best. Myles Garrett's the best defensive football. I didn't say that Hassan Reddick was better than Myles Garrett. I said I think he's outplayed Micah Parsons. Do you know he's still the lead guy to win the Defensive Player of the Year? Hassan Reddick's name is not even mentioned in that conversation. Why? I think it's because he's been on multiple teams and that he's been more of a mercenary, and he's not like a homegrown guy like Micah and Myles. And I think that hurts impressions of voters. I mean, look, how many times do you hear people bring up Hassan Reddick's name even in a telecast? They'll bring up the 2 tackles, and that's it. And then they'll bring up Reddick's name every now and then, but they don't talk about him like they talk about TJ Watt or talk about Myles Garrett or Parsons or any of these other guys. They never. It's a political and publicity league. And Hassan doesn't have any publicity around him. But that's okay. Because the players in the game, when you watch him play, you have to respect what he's doing. You have to respect. Let's get to the coordinators again with Brian Johnson. I'd like to see Jalen get the ball out more quicker. Maybe some more design plays. When it comes to quick slants or what have you. Get the ball out of his hand. Get him some confidence. And get yourself some confidence by getting high percentage plays. You got everybody around the field there. You got Swift. You got Goddard. You got Devontae. You got AJ. Hey, don't just sit back there in 5 to 7 step. Get quick passes, man. Get everybody comfortable in the passing game. Spread everyone out. Get the ball out of his hands. Get him into a rhythm. He's still not in a rhythm. Hurts is still not in a rhythm, and that's why he's getting sacked. Lane Johnson gave up his first sack in 3 years. Holding the ball too long. Just get the ball out, kid. Again, I'm under the belief that his knee injury. Now, hey, Tone, do you know what knee it is? I feel like the Eagles run too many routes that take too. That's right. Too long to develop puts Hurts in a position to get rid of the ball quick. We need more quick routes, man. A wheel route, something that's a slant coming across the middle. Just even if it's a 2-yard gain, something you get the kid in rhythm. Have they released anything on what knee it is? Okay, because if it's his plant knee, that means the football's going to be high at times. And if they're not telling you, that's even better. I'd rather not know. Okay, I'd rather not know. They do, man. Those routes are so far down the field. They need to do a little. I mean, you got Dallas Goedert. That's why they're getting Swift and Goddard. You see, left leg. Okay, so it's not his plant leg, but it is his power leg to throw off. Okay, so that means you could have footballs. Remember something. What you're told to do. And now that I know it's the left leg, can I tell you what the Washington Commanders are going to do? And I'll tell you what every defensive line coach in National Football League, now that they know it's his left leg, okay? Dive at it. Don't hit it. Your common tendency, I'm not saying to hit it because you don't want to get an illegal 15-yard penalty or potentially get thrown out of a game. But what you do is you go down. The common tendency for a quarterback is to go down, the ball sails. They coach you to do that. Sorry, Prince. I know Prince doesn't think that this is about kissing cheerleaders and cashing paychecks, and that there's not a part of the game that you're coached in a certain way when a guy's injured, but it's not about kissing and passing out checks and kissing cheerleaders. Okay? Are you kidding me? Every coach I've ever had, from college to pro, tells you to do this. It's called gamesmanship, jackass. Nobody's telling you to hit them. Okay, dude, whatever, dude. I don't care. See, Prince doesn't like it because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he thinks that everything is played with Queensberry rules, that when you get into a football game, that there's not holding. I'll give you another fact here, too. So most guys cheat. Seals, go back and listen to Sirianni's answer last night. It was great. he isn't going to say about it. He said, y'all check the injury report Friday. Perfect. I actually love that. Let me show you on how you do holding illegally. Line judge will stand here, right? Most good offensive linemen will show the hand. And he'll turn and look. And what they'll do is they'll grab you here inside. Defensive lineman will go and complain to the line judge and say, he's grabbing me, man. He's grabbing me. Line judge will get a better position to take a look at it. They'll show the hand. Sees him over here, they'll grab you here. Same thing when you're running down the sidelines with a referee. You ever notice some refs are more out of bounds to get a better look and seeing if you're getting an arm bar in there? And what he'll do is he'll come around and try to come around on this side. You get the arm bar on the other side. Oh, but Sills, that's illegal. No shit. No shit. No shit. How about Mariota? How about Mariota warming up? About Mariota warming up. Hey, I'd be concerned that Jalen Hurts may miss a couple games coming up soon. Dual threat. Comes with it. Got to deal with it. Jalen's in a knee brace. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I told you he wouldn't play 17 ball games this year. He's not gonna. What you got to do is you got to coach around this now. And that's what they did last night. And I think a very good job of it last night. Let me get to Desai now. Man, this guy's getting better and better every week. He is getting better and better and better every week. Jalen Phillips at the end, I would put up 7+. Sean Desai, wow. The job that he's done with the broken pieces in the secondary and all the people that were out, and with the job they did on the Dolphins, how they set the edge so much better this year than they did a year ago. Guys can't. How many teams have you ever seen get out wide in the perimeter on the Eagles? I mean, they're like an SEC team. Like, nobody runs wide on Philly. Nobody gets on outside. Everybody in the NFL has great team speed. Nobody breaks contain on the Eagles. They set the edges as good as anybody I've seen in a long time. That, to me, my friends, is keeping everybody in the box, is what we call it. I mean it. You keep everyone in the middle of the field. And Desai has Josh Sweat is so good at that. Watch him. He keeps his outside shoulder and his outside arm free. Okay? And it is remarkable. I mean, it really is. And they're doing such a good job. By the way, how about this? Dude, that kid Morrow and Zach Cunningham having pretty good years. Do you know what the money that they have now made for themselves? Those guys have extended their careers. Both guys. One guy was like at an ice cream stand a month and a half ago, and the other guy was given no money by Philly. He was fired even by the Eagles. The Bears sent him on his way. Like I said, get this. Even the Eagles cut him. So get what Murrow's journey's been. Even the Eagles didn't think much of him. Even the Eagles didn't think much of him because they fired him. They cut him. He worked his way up from the practice squad, got activated, and I tell you, man, them two guys, you may not want them back. Maybe you don't get them back. Somebody's going to want those guys. Somebody's going to want those guys. GT goes, Hurts is elite. GT, you think 10 turnovers in 7 games is elite? You think that's elite? You think 10 turnovers in 7 games, actually 11 and 8 games, is elite? Beating the Dolphins is elite. It is. It's a fabulous win. Okay? Fabulous win. Matt goes 23-2. Matt, that's not a quarterback record. That's a team record. Once again. Tell me what my definition is of elite. Being consistently good each and every single week and winning Super Bowls and winning championships and leading your team to titles on a consistent basis, not 1 year. That's elite. Doc asks, is Allen elite? He's got elite talent, but he has to have elite results to also go with that. Jalen Hurts is not more talented than Josh Allen. Stop saying that. He's not. But that football team has to figure out you need results. When you're an elite player like that, you've got to have elite results. Same with the kid in Los Angeles, Herbert. Nobody would ever in a million years, ever confuse Jalen Hurts, the passer, with Josh Allen, the passer. No one would ever confuse that unless you were blind and you want to hear something else. It's okay. Now, again, the problem that a lot of people get when I make that comment is that you are not happy because you know why? See, when I make that comment to you, and just listen to yourselves, you insult Jalen Hurts when you do that. Like Tone said last week, you insult Jalen Hurts. No one would ever confuse Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen as a passer. But no one would ever confuse Josh Allen for being a better dual threat quarterback than Jalen Hurts. But you don't like how it looks. And that's what I tried telling you. I don't either. You insult Hurts because he's a one-of. You're not happy with him just being him. You want him to be better than this and that. He's not. I missed that super chat if I could. Well, I'll tell you what. Now that they're asking him to throw the ball more, I liked seeing the corners press last night. I did too, Dirty D. Hey, well, get this. Now that they've asked Jalen Hurts to throw the ball more, he has more turnovers. Right? You can't have it both ways. He's got 10 turnovers in 7 ball games. You think that's a lot? The more you ask him to throw the ball, the more chances you're going to get. Well, that tip, how many weeks are you guys now going to say, well, that tip's not his fault. That tip's not his fault. Yes, it is. Because that's what the offensive coordinator and the offensive mind thinking and the brain thrust at the Eagles want. They want to put him in more of a situation because they want to get their $50 million worth of quarterbacking. And running him and having him in a knee brace is not something that they're kind of. That's why he's been ducking in his running. They want him to develop into a passer. Well, When you have a guy throw the ball and is on pace to throw the ball for over 600 times in attempts compared to 435 a year ago, you're going to have more turnovers. That's why the turnovers are high. Last year, he didn't have that. He ended the season with 435 attempts, I think it was. Okay? Most of the other elite quarterbacks are throwing the ball 800 times, 750 times. There's a higher chance of more turnovers that way. Tip passes, deflections, overthrows, one bad pass. But see, again, you think Jalen was going to have 6 picks this year? I never thought that. I thought that number would go through the roof if they were going to ask him to pass more, and they have. It's okay. You know, he's kind of changing his game in front of us here a little bit. That's taking a little time. Hey, Sills, don't know if anyone has asked you, what do you honestly think of Jalen? What would you say he is? Do you like him? Believe in him? I believe in him. Do I like him? Absolutely. I just don't believe he has a high ceiling. So you have to win now. If you're going to go here, and Furman, my honest take on him, if you're going to go with that style, you better get everything you can out of him right now as you possibly can, because that's not going to be around long. It's just not. He's never been healthy. Okay, and now we're talking about a quarterback wearing a brace that he's never worn before. Has Jalen Hurts ever played with a knee brace? Has he ever played with a knee brace before since he's been an Eagle? Or is that something new? Just curious. Is that something new? Or did he play with that brace? Oh no, it was a rib. It was a rib. It was a rib jacket last year, right? That's not uncommon. A lot of quarterbacks play with rib jackets. So that was to protect him because of the Bear game, right? That was his rib. It's not a big deal. Quarterbacks get their ribs hit all the time. But has he ever played with a brace? I think that's something new. Last year, he hurt his shoulder. Oh, was his shoulder? I thought he wore the rib. I thought he wore the rib jacket, Tone. I thought it was the rib jacket he wore but it was his shoulder, because I remember Peter King saying that he couldn't lift his shoulder. So it was the shoulder. I think you're right. I think he wore a shoulder harness. He wears the rib jacket. I think it was the shoulder harness. Yeah, it was the shoulder harness. Okay. Yeah. So he's got a knee brace on for the first time in Philly. Had one in Bama. I asked the question, has he ever had a knee brace on in Philly? So we'll see how that plays out. I don't think he has, as far as a brace. I think there was a shoulder harness. Okay. Just to close up on Sean Desai here. Sean Desai, man, he was the second best coordinator you've had since they implemented the Nick Sirianni coaching staff. Steichen is a good coach. Steichen's a good coach. He is. He's got that Colts team. Tell you what, Shane Steichen looks like he's really a good coach. Hey, just to show some of you guys how idiotic you guys are when you keep throwing those coaching numbers at me. How about this one? I'm going to take a time out here in a second, Tone. But how about this one? Somebody pointed this out to me today, and Packer executive, who I won't name, said this to me. Get this. Do you know who's 49-23 with a 681 win percentage? And he's on the hot seat. Coach has a .681 winning percentage and has basically won double digits every year. And he's on the hot seat. Do you know who that is? It's Matt LaFleur. They're not happy with the progress of Jordan Love and the organization and the situational play calling. Tell one last time here for that, please, that super chat. Matt LaFleur, last year, Hurts averaged 31 passing attempts per game. This year, he's averaging 35, which is less than I thought it would be. I think that number is going to continue to rise because let's see what the by the numbers, what he did. Well, he had 31 attempts. They brought it down 14 attempts. And the rushing attempts were at 34. They had some balance there, but they really didn't run the ball well. I mean, for the Eagles to get 34 attempts at 99 yards, that's not Eagle football. And the majority of those yards, weren't they Jalen? Right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, well, 62 yards came out of Swift. So, I mean, Jalen had quite a few carries in there. I think Hurts had 11 carries. Was it 11? Fun fact, Sills, Jurgens has been out. The Eagles are averaging one less yard per attempt. Okay? Interesting. All right. We're going to get our friend Tone on segment. That'll be at 3:30 Eastern. We'll talk more about the coaching that went on in this football game and moving forward off of that game. How important was that game for Jalen versus Tua? I want to hit a little bit on that. Don't forget, folks, our great friends at Hooters. And, hey, we have to announce our winners. Each and every single day, we get an opportunity, okay? When it comes Tuesday through Friday to announce our winners, tomorrow we'll start it up again. Here are our winners. Christopher, congratulations, and Ken from Massachusetts. You guys are the winners of our gift certificates with our friends at Hooters. 7 locations in the Northeast area from Rhode Island through Jersey all the way down to King of Prussia. We can't thank you guys enough. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we'll start the whole thing up again where we're giving our gift certificates away. And I love to see these guys. Such a great hit. Go to northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com to find the location nearest you. If you don't want to go into any one of the locations, use the app, hooterstogo.com. That's hooterstogo.com. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossner is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most, to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
I would totally say that the 49ers and the Eagles have pushed themselves away from the rest of the pack after what we saw with the Lions and also with the Cowboys. And I'm not just, when I talk about teams, I'm not talking about 1 week. The Lions getting killed like that, does that take me and give me a different opinion of Detroit? The reason it does with Detroit is because I haven't seen Detroit win on a consistent basis enough to give them the latitude or the equity to say they're a good football team. The problem with Detroit right now is they've got to be a good football. They're the Cowboys. Detroit and the Cowboys are almost identical. You see, the 49ers and the Eagles, like last night's game, get this, that's the Eagles' best win in 2.5 years, and they still didn't play their best ball. I mean, the Cowboys had to play a game which was back and forth with the Chargers. Watch this. So the Cowboys' best win this year is against the Los Angeles Chargers. And the best win of the year is the Eagles destroying the Dolphins. I don't know. You pick one. I don't think that's really a debate. Don't sit there and the Niners destroying the Cowboys. That's their best win. I personally think that the Cowboys are a finesse team. And just like the Dolphins are a finesse team. Finesse teams get their asses kicked. Again, when you fight Mike Tyson and George Foreman and you're Floyd Mayweather and you get into the ring, teams like Miami and teams like Dallas may score on you, but eventually you're going to get the shit knocked out of you. Somewhere in the fight, you're going to get hit. Okay? I mean, like I said, that's kind of what happened last night. Miami kind of moved the ball. They did some things. Then when the Eagles punched him in the face, it was over. It was over. By the way, there's not a chance in hell that the brotherly shove is going to be a legal play next year. No way. Just no way. You're too good at it. I mean, you are just too good at it, and I love it. I love that the fact that you're going to make the National Football League have to lie to make some shit up to take that play away from you is such a merit badge. It embodies the city. It embodies the community. It's a tough as shit play. It's a gut and push and desire and reflects everything that you have in your city play. Dude, I'd rather be and have that play resemble me and personify me than any 75-yard touchdown pass or play that anyone can make. I don't want to be a finesse guy. I want to be a guy that lines up and says, I'm going to run right here, and I'm going to run with this guy behind the ball here, and I'm going to run it right at you. And you know what you have to do? I'm telling you where it's coming. I'm going to run right here, and you still can't stop it. That's awesome. Can you imagine that? The only thing that the Eagles don't do is give the opposing team the snap count. That is such an in-your-face play. That's an in-your-face play. You know where it's going. You see Dallas tried the shove against the Chargers. Shit was comical. Hey, Rage, did you see the Chargers try that thing too? Shit, Justin Herbert looked like he was like a guy with two cement shoes on. Looks stupid. Hey, Rashid, you watch. Well, this is going to be a player safety issue. We're afraid that guys may get injured. Hey, want to hear this? If Jalen Hurts has a knee injury, you want to bet that the competition committee says that the reason that he got that knee injury is because of the brotherly shove? They'll make it up. They'll do whatever it takes to get that play out of there. They'll do whatever it takes. They're going to make it up. Let me throw this at you here before we move on here. A.J. Brown, 52 catches, 809, 15-6, 3 TDs. Tyreek Hill, 53 catches, 902, 17, 7 touchdowns. Justin Jefferson, 36 catches, 571, 15-9, 3 TDs. Of those three guys, who would you want? Bears the only team I've seen, so it with success. Yes. Of those three guys, who would you take? AJ, Tyreek Hill, or Justin Jefferson? Who would you draft number one? Who would you draft number one? A.J. Brown, Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson. Let's add a couple more. Devontae Adams. You want to put Cooper Kupp in there? Cooper Kupp. I personally don't care who you add. Who else would you put in there? Keenan Allen. DK Metcalf. Mike Evans. Hey, tell me when to stop. Stephon Diggs. Tell me when to stop. Go ahead. Just tell me when to stop. DJ Moore. What's his name? DJ Moore? Tell me when to stop. Because does it matter? I mean, right? I could write all these guys down here. Do I want Stephon Diggs over A.J. Brown? No. Do I want Mike Evans over A.J. Brown? No. I would not take Cooper Kupp over A.J. Brown. He's playing the best football of any wide receiver in the league right now. Jamar Chase, I'll take AJ. How about this? Let me first start here. Who would I take in a fist fight? AJ Brown over any one of these guys? Yeah. I think he's a tough son of a bitch. He's tough. Can't bring him down. Dude, hey, Tone, I don't know what the number is, but his yards after catch must be stupid. I mean, they must be stupid. Okay? The job he does after the catch, His hand strength, dude, he is just a weapon. He's your MVP right now in your football team. 263 yak yards on the season. So he's got almost 265 yards of yak out of the 809. Yeah, man, this guy can play. This guy can play. He's 5th in the league. And you know what? This is when you look at numbers and numbers lie. I don't give a shit. Tyreek Hill has more. Hey, get this. Hey, Sills, Tyreek Hill's on pace to have 2,300 yards this year as a receiver. Who would you take? The guy in Philly. Yeah, but the guy's going to have more yards. Who would you take in a 60-minute ball game that you had to make catches to win a Super Bowl? Tyreek Hill or that guy? I'm going to take that guy. Because if you're going to shut him down, the only reason you're shutting him down is because you're not going to him. Tyreek, you know what, too? I'll tell you what. His game is elevated since he bitched to Jalen in week 2. Maybe I was looking at it on the other end about the other guys. Hey, and no disrespect, you know what? I'm going to do this one too, Tone. I'm going to go here with this. Hey, no disrespect to Devontae or Goddard. I don't care if you're not getting your targets or your catches, if that guy's producing like that. I really don't care. I don't care. I'm not here to make you happy. I'm here for us to win a ball game. And that guy's better than you. And that guy's better than Goddard. And we're going to get you the ball because we're going to need to spread it around. But don't be moaning and crying to me because I do not care. Okay? If you really have a bitch about it, go talk to your mom or get a dog. I don't give a shit. I thought about that over the weekend. Hey, should I care that Devontae or Goddard are not getting their premium targets? After I thought about what we talked about last week, I said, and then you watch A.J. Brown, you go like this, I don't really give a shit. Not when you're producing like that. That was just a really great performance last night by him. And he has been a star. All right, it's time for the mayor. Mayor DeShields, let's get him on here with the segment here.
Listen here, Big Sills.
What is that, a bong?
Nah, we're sipping off that sauce, baby. We're off that Eagle drink. We're off that Kelly Green juice, you feel me? Now, I told you, the score was going to be 31-30, but the Eagles did their part. It seems like Miami left their game in Miami. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they was partying too long on the plane. I don't know what happened. But I know one thing for sure. The Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl contenders. As long as A.J. Brown, as long as we had Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, DeAndre Swift, as long as we got that offensive line, that defensive line player, let me tell you this, Playboy, Jalen Hurts is going to do whatever he want to do. Now, I understand he's nursing a little bit of a knee injury, but I'll tell you this. It's the name of the game. It's football. A lot of these quarterbacks are nursing injuries right now, whether you're dual threat, whether you're a pocket, you got to live with the results. At the end of the day, you make it through the game, you shoot him up, you do whatever you got to do. You make sure he eat his Wheaties, make sure he eats his, make sure he take his vitamins, whatever you got to do. As long as he's on that field, and look, 2 turnovers, I'm not having that. You got to clean it up, Jay Hurts. I love you to death. But if you don't clean up the turnovers, it's going to end up biting us when it matters most. But what I love about the kid's game, he responds. Unlike that boy in what's his name? In Jerry World, Dak Prescott, he throws a pick and all of a sudden he unravels. My guy throws a pick, he doubles down and says, you know what? We're not losing this game. So I got to give credit to my man Jalen Hurts. Got to give credit to the team. The defense was immaculate. Hassan Reddick, listen, Stills, I don't want to take over the show, man. Ask me questions and I'll follow suit, player.
What'd you make of Kelly Green last night?
The Kelly Green was beautiful. Beautiful. You saw the way it reflected off of the night lights.
Oh, it was awesome, man.
You saw that logo in the middle of the field.
How about the lighting? The lighting, the whole thing was such a great presentation, man. I love it.
Listen, we off that Kelly Green juice, like I said, man. I don't know if it was a magic in the air. I don't know if you knew this, but Reggie White's son was an
Yeah.
honorary captain for the game.
Yep.
Beautiful. Beautiful, man. R.I.P. to Reggie White. R.I.P. to Jerome Brown. Shout out to the big dog, Seth Joyner. You know, he does this thing on the pre and post game show. One of the legends, man. I'm surprised this man isn't in the Hall of Fame. Come on, man. We got to do better. We got to do better with the selection process. Okay? I know you know people.
Oh, I
Okay?
know. I got those.
I know people.
I love that picture in the background too with Seth and Reggie and all them.
That was
guys
awesome, man. That was awesome.
Okay,
Hell of
the
a
guys
game.
all made the Pro Bowl that year off the gangrene defense. That was great. All right, give me your takeaway, man. Like, first, let's start on the defensive side with Sean Desai and what those guys were able to do.
Okay.
Just give me your takeaway again. What you thought about how they played on defense?
Well, on defense, I think they set the tone more than the offense did. Let's be totally honest with this. First play of the game, first play of their defensive drive, Hassan Reddick splits through the C gap. Raheem Mostert tackle for loss. That lets you know what kind of day it was going to be for them right then and there. Let's really put this in perspective, right? The Miami Dolphins were the number one, not number two, not number three, not number four. They were the number one rushing offense in the NFL, on top of having the number one passing
and scoring
in the NFL and scoring. We limit them to all season lows in the running game, in the passing game, on the scoreboard. That's not by accident. That's not by happenstance. That man Sean Desai, he's doing amazing things with this defense, and he's battling injuries on the side of the ball. He had how many? He had a third-round pick out there in Sidney Brown. He had an undrafted kid in Eli Ricks out there. He had Darius Slay and James Bradbury damn near one hit from retirement out there. You know what I'm saying? He had who else? Terrell Edmonds, who's running with center blocks in his cleats. He found a way to get things done. But it begins and ends with that defensive front. My God, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox just wreaking havoc in the middle. Did you see what Jalen Carter did to that guard? Knocked him out of the game. He didn't come back. He pancaked him, put him on his ass. Can't even come back to the game.
I want to give you a comment that I was texting last night with Cam Chancellor. All the things that you just said about there were no first-round draft choices on that Legion of Boom. And guess where Sean Desai was last year?
Good point.
He was in Seattle. Those guys were moving all those pieces around because that's what Pete did and built. They built that defense not with first-round draft choices. They built that with undrafted free agents, later-round picks, all those guys, Tone. And that, to me, he was primed and he was prepared when he got to Philadelphia. And how about something that you and I said that was kind of odd, that something Jonathan Gannon never did at any time when he was in Philly? How many times in the exhibition season did you hear, or even in the practices and the organized team scrimmages, that Desai was taking some guys out of position and playing them in the slot, taking Bradbury, dropping him in the slot, putting him back over here, trying to make them more universal for them to be able to withstand any kind of injuries, because he knew he was limited in the amount of talent that they had on the roster. Tone, I'm telling you, this guy was looking down the line, and he knew and he knows his personnel better than Gannon ever did in the 2 years he was here. Is that fair?
Hold up. I think we got some breaking news. Hold up. I hope I'm not mistaken. We might have some breaking news. Hold the phone. This better not.
Is it Kevin Bird?
I think Howie made a move. We may have some breaking news. Hold up. Whoa. Howie Roseman sends a 2024 fifth round and sixth round pick and Terrell Edmonds to the Titans for Kevin Byard, a former All-Pro safety. You gotta be kidding me right now.
Wait. Okay, say that again now.
Okay. Let's do this, right? Because we're doing this on the fly right now.
We're doing this on the fly.
Howie Roseman, the Philadelphia Eagles, they traded a 2024 fifth round pick and a
2024 5.
Yep, and a 2024 6 and Terrell Edmonds for Kevin Byard, former All-Pro safety for the Tennessee Titans. You got to be kidding me. You got to be. We off the sauce, Philly. Philadelphia, we're off the sauce.
A fifth, a sixth in Edmonds.
We off the sauce, Philly. We off the sauce.
Dude, this guy robbed this guy.
Oh, my God. Howie's about to get another GM fired from the same team in one season? Are we serious?
Say the guy they traded again. I want to make it.
They sent a 2024 5th and 6th round pick and Terrell Edmonds. Terrell Edmonds, Mr. Cinderblock feet. They sent him to the Titans for Kevin Byard. Kevin Byard. Are you kidding me right now?
You got Kevin Byard?
Kevin Byard. Two-time Pro Bowl, two-time All-Pro.
How old is he?
30 years old, in his prime still. 5'11", 212 pounds. He has, on his career, for his career, he has 27 interceptions. And
what's the money he's making? Does he have anything?
Let's go to the contract. That's a good point. That's a good point. Let's go to the contract. Give me 1 second here. We're doing this on the fly, people. Roll with us.
How many like the money, and how many years is he on that deal, or is this?
Okay, so currently Kevin Byard is in the first year of a 2-year deal that he signed. He's in a 2-year, $25 million deal. Now this year he's owed a base salary. This year he's owed a base salary of $4 million with a $3.5 million signing bonus. He has an $11.2 million cap hit, and also in 2024, he's due a $9.6 million base salary with a $1.75 million signing bonus, and a $4 million roster bonus, and he's going to be a $19.5 million cap hit. So the Philadelphia Eagles potentially have an out after this year if they decide to move on from him after this year without incurring the biggest cap hit. But again, when you think about where they are and what they're trying to accomplish, you take that swing.
You think Howie made this call with a ski mask on? Hey, how is his year going so far?
Terrell Edmonds, Kevin Byard, how is his year going so far? Okay, so far in the
year.
Okay, so far in the year, he doesn't have any interceptions. But right as of right now on the season, he has 47 solo tackles. 47 total tackles, 30 solo, 17 assisted, and one fumble recovery. 6 games played, 6 games started. He's been healthy all year.
He's on pace for 115, 120 tackles.
And the thing, and we know with safety, sometimes what they do don't show up in the stat sheet.
Right, you know what I mean? No. When someone goes like this, Sills, he doesn't have any interceptions. I want to know if he's around the ball. That's why I asked on the tackles.
Yep.
He's on pace for 120 tackles. So what you're basically doing out there now, you know what they're telling you? They're telling you that Sidney Brown's not quite ready yet.
And they're telling you that
they're going to bring this guy in to mentor him.
Absolutely. And also, I got a fun fact for you. Kevin Byard, Reed Blankenship, Middle Tennessee State alumni. Both played for the same college. So your starting safeties are going to be Reed Blankenship and Kevin Byard when Reed comes back.
That's a great move.
That's a hell of a move.
I would put that in the category of
that's a hell of a move. And keep this in mind as well. When they brought in Terrell Edmonds, they didn't really give him any money. I mean, Terrell Edmonds was just a quick signing. You know what I mean? That wasn't a signing that was supposed to really move the needle. But you sent a 5th and a 6th round. You basically sent a 5th and a 6th round pick.
Nothing.
For an All-Pro.
No, you're basically taking the money. Because at the end of the day here, Edmonds and a 5th and a 6th for Kevin Byard, who's a Pro Bowler.
And an All-Pro. First team. Not second team, first team All-Pro.
You're putting him out there in center field. Well, that kind of ties it. That helps them and makes them. That totally does make them better. And now you have the Wade Desai's coaching here. That's really a great move.
That really takes the defense to another. When you come off, see, here's what makes it interesting, right? your defense has already been playing with confidence these past few weeks because they were able to shut down a high-powered Rams passing attack in the second half. And then they limit the Jets to 12 points, I believe, or 14 points. And then on top of that, you come off of shutting down the number one deep threat in the NFL in Tyreek Hill, the number one passing offense in the NFL in the Miami Dolphins. And then you add in Kevin Byard into that equation with the way Sean Desai's been calling plays. The Eagles are going for it. They see something. They understand what's at stake here. And this is what I'm talking about. No need for training wheels. We're trying to win it all.
I would say this to you, that a move like this now, wait till you see how this guy plays when you – not that the Titans front is not a good front with Simons in there.
Yeah,
but
Phillips,
with Simmons in there.
Well.
But
Jeffrey Simmons, excuse me.
But when you have the amount of activity that the Eagles are playing with up front, you watch this kid and how well he plays. And watch how his game gets now elevated, because now when you have pressure like this coming, you watch his interception numbers go up.
Yep.
You know, one of the reasons why you saw Gardner Johnson's numbers go up so much was because of the 70 sacks that you had a year ago. And those guys are just sometimes throwing they were throwing punts back there to him, and he was just fielding them. You watch a guy like this here, 30 years old, you know, it depends on what kind of injury history he has. 30 years old doesn't freak me out. 32 kind of does for a DB.
I got some information for you here as far as his history. So Kevin Byard, for his entire career. So, wow. Kevin Byard hasn't missed a game in his entire career. He hasn't. In his rookie year, he played in 16 games, but only started in 7. He was a second-round pick, though, so, you know, they're going to try to rotate him in.
What's the Titans' record this year?
The Titans' record this year?
So they must be in a fire sale to get ready for the draft in April, so they're one of the teams.
Exactly. Yep, the Titans have already admitted defeat. The Titans, they're 2-4.
They're done.
They're
Derrick
2-4.
Henry's next.
The Jaguars, I believe, are 5-2.
Yes.
So Tennessee lost.
And the Colts are hanging in there.
The Colts lost, too.
Yep.
And what's the other team in that division? Houston is what, 3-3, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check this stuff. But overall, the Titans are the first team to admit defeat this season.
Yes,
they're the first.
Next week, the 31st is the trading deadline.
Yep. So Jacksonville is 5-2 in the AFC South. Houston Texans are 3-3. Colts are 3-4. Tennessee Titans are 2-4.
What's the kid's name in Arizona? The second, Budda Baker.
Budda Baker.
This is kind of a Budda Baker's an A. This is a Budda Baker B move. Like instead of paying the money for Budda Baker because he'll want 20.
Yeah,
you got a guy here that is younger. Like, right. Watch this. Here's Budda and here's Byard. You're right here, and I'd rather have Byard because I have more flexibility.
Absolutely. And you know, the thing about Byard is, again, you know, I'm not sure. Let me double check this, but I'm not sure if Budda Baker is a 5-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro.
How old?
Budda is 27. Wow. Budda would have wanted more money for sure.
$20 million.
Yep, easily.
He would have won a Jamal Adams deal.
Yep, and also keep in mind, prior to the season, the Cardinals re-upped Budda Baker. I think they restructured his contract and gave him some more money up front.
They gave him a new deal.
Yep.
Okay.
Wow. This is a hell of a move. Eagles fans, this is what you needed to happen after a win like that. The way that defense played against that high-power Miami offense. That's exactly what you needed. You throwing Kevin Byard into the already confident defense. Like you said, Sills, you couple that with the way the Eagles are rushing the passer. The linebackers are playing a little bit better in pass coverage. The Philadelphia Eagles, I don't know, man. I mean, they're slowly trending. Those passing numbers are getting better for them in defense, would you say?
How are they making moves like this when they're not surrendering assets and equity, a 5th and a 6th and Terrell Edmonds all day long?
Easy.
I'm not even thinking. The $4 million is nothing on. I don't care about that. I'll defer it out. Welcome to Philly, Kevin Howe. We need Henry now. Not sure what that means, but
who do you think had leverage in those negotiations?
I personally, I think because they're so low picks, the Eagles.
I agree.
Because when the other team has leverage, Tone, you have to take on money. And see, look, when the Jets made that move for Aaron Rodgers, there were ones in $150 million. The Packers had the leverage. The Packers they had to accept what the Jets were offering. They had leverage. When you're doing a fifth and a sixth, and it's a $4 million, and it's the first year of a 2-year contract with a $3.5 million signing bonus to Kevin Byard, and you only have to surrender a player in Terrell Edmonds, who was a rented dude anyway.
Yes, yep, and
he
also
was just a rented dude.
Yep, and Byard has an ability to play in the nickel as well. He's multiversal. This is
So let me go here now. Let's take a look at this.
Okay,
cornerback. You have Slay, Bradbury, safety. Who's the two safeties now?
The two safeties are going to be Reed Blankenship and Kevin Byard.
Reed, Blankenship, and Kevin Byard.
We got a lot of experience back there. You got a lot of experience with Byard. Got a lot of experience.
Who's behind Blankenship and Byard? Sidney Brown?
You had Sidney Brown and Justin Evans. Justin Evans arguably was our best coverage safety.
Okay. And your linebackers right now are Zach / Dean
and Morrow.
The only thing, Tone, that looks kind of weird on this, go with me here on this now in the secondary.
Right.
Okay. And I know you're trying to win right now. Okay. I get it.
Of course.
But this will all have to be redone next year.
Absolutely.
And here's what I mean. Because again, Bradbury, you signed on that contract. He was a free agent. Slay, you got in the trade. None of these guys back there are homegrown except Reed. Am I right?
Yes.
And from the backers back, outside of Dean, quite frankly, nobody from the backers to the back end are homegrown, right? The only guy that's back there that's from homegrown, that's a starter,
is Reed.
2 linebackers, the 2 corners are not, 1 safety's not, 1 safety is. That's Blankenship. Again, you know what that means? Yeah. You're going to have a lot of work to be done in the offseason because, again, you're going for it now. And by the way, I'm looking how he's looking at it and how he's looking to win now, Tone. There's no, and Fly goes like this. Who cares? Okay, you're right, but it's a swing. If it misses, you miss big here. And what I mean by that is you really don't have homegrown guys back here now. You have like mercenaries on this. Am I right, Tom? The only guys that are really homegrown are up front.
Exactly. And that's actually how the Eagles do business. You know, if you really think about it, you know, over the past handful of years, the Philadelphia Eagles have more so drafted their offense. They've supplemented on offense with some trades, like an A.J. Brown, like a DeAndre Swift. They've supplemented certain spots. But on defense, when it comes to the defensive line, entirely homegrown. Josh Sweat, drafted. Jalen Carter, drafted. Jordan Davis, drafted. Fletcher Cox, drafted. Hassan Reddick, he was a buy. Who else? You drafted Milton Williams, Martin Tuipulotu. The front is mainly drafted guys. Then you draft Nakobe Dean. They don't really draft linebackers like that. So the Philadelphia Eagles are telling you, we're going to draft in the trenches. We're going to draft mainly our offense. Everything else, we're going to supplement with free agents and trades and try to piecemeal it.
Let me show you this too. This also is going to go to, this is more difficult to coach than having a guy that you've been player evaluating and player development inside your organization. This says a lot to how they're doing business when it comes to keeping the same structure of their defense intact. You see, Tone, the reason, and here's why I'm going here when I go homegrown, and some people in here don't understand why it's important to ask that question. Because at the beginning of the season, the Eagles said we're not really changing our fundamental ways of how we're going to have our structure on defense. You can go out and get players like this and plug them in if you're confident that your coordinator can figure out the chess pieces to be able to put these guys in place. I think this is more of a testament that they are really impressed with Sean Desai and what he has done especially the last 4 weeks,
Absolutely.
and taking players and moving them around inside of the structure. And I'll tell you what, that one of these guys in the secondary has had anything to do with player development. This is coaching.
Exactly.
When you're, like you said, when you're starting to slow down teams week in and week out, okay? See, a guy like JM goes like this. So you really think player development with Kevin Byard? Where in the world would you get that getting guys like Darius Slay and Bradbury, trades and free agents, and getting linebackers that were free agents?
The Eagles didn't develop.
They didn't give them. How about this? The guy Morrow was waived.
The Eagles did not develop.
That's not player development.
Right. The Eagles didn't develop Darius Slay. They didn't develop James Bradbury. They're not going to develop Kevin Byard. You know what I'm saying? They didn't develop Zach Cunningham. They didn't develop Nick Morrow.
It's coaching.
They developed their D line. That's pretty much it.
This is really a testament to the coordinator that they're doing this on the fly, Tone.
Right. It's really remarkable because, you know, a guy like, see, the thing about the Eagles defense, more teams play it than not. So it's not a complicated defense to assimilate into. And then you have Kevin Byard again. He's a veteran. He's done it all. He's seen it all. I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing this Sunday against the Commanders. And then also,
I think he will.
Yeah, and also with that schedule coming up, they understand they're going up against some elite quarterback. They need somebody back there that's going to hold up, and they knew they would not be able to make that gauntlet with Terrell Emmons back there. They knew it.
We're going to talk more about this, obviously. Let's do here. Your take on Hurts's play.
Jalen Hurts has 7 games. Through 7 games, through this year, through these 7 games, not last year, not the year before, through 2023 in these 7 games, Jalen Hurts has been playing B- to C+ football. Here is why. He has the turnover bug right now. It's bit him right now. Sometimes it makes its way around the league. It's Jalen Hurts' turn. He has to find a way to battle this illness that he's gotten from the turnover bug. Now, they're still finding ways to win, and they're still finding ways to win in spite of it, but you can't fumble the ball because you're holding the ball too long. That's Carson Wentz stuff. You can't throw a pick 6, or you can't turn the ball over that leads to a score. That's Super Bowl stuff that you did earlier this year. So my thing is with Jalen Hurts is with the completion percentage, he's completing his pass. He's accurate. But he has these moments where he either forces it, or he's not trusting what he sees, or he's just not trying to get rid of the ball. I felt like last year he was more prone to get rid of the ball and throw it out. I feel like now he kind of feels like he has to make a play. That's why he's turning the ball over more. Also, he's throwing the ball more. That's just the reality.
They're asking him to do more.
Yeah, he's on pace for about 4,400 passing yards. He's on pace for about 500, a little more than 500 passing attempts. He's throwing the ball more. And by doing that, you increase the sample size or the opportunity for him to turn the ball over.
More tip passes.
Now, I'm not mad with the amount of times he threw the ball yesterday. 30. I told you this last week.
No, it's good.
I like when he lives around the 28 to 35 range in terms of attempts. I can live with that. But you can't turn the ball over. Again, 3 total touchdowns, 275 passing yards, 74% completion percentage, which pushes his completion percentage on the season to 67%. He's playing well, but he's turning the ball over, so it's a big blemish on what he's doing.
Here's again, and by the way, Wheels, it's cool that Kevin Byard's a homegrown kid. That's great here. To your point here, Tone, and I think he's learning how to play the quarterback position even more this year, and he's taking a step back to take 3 steps forward.
Interesting. Break that down.
Here, because right now he's on pace for he's on pace for 600 passing attempts.
Wow.
And last year he threw the ball 435 times. That is a ton more opportunity. And get this. So how many each and every single week people are doing this now? Well, that wasn't his fault. Well, that wasn't his fault. Well, that wasn't his fault. It is in the structure of his fault because they're asking him to make higher percentage plays of turnover rate every single time when you start to throw the ball more. Last year, they ran the ball a ton. They did not really throw the ball up. Jalen Hurts has to be one of the only MVP candidates I've ever seen only throw the ball 435 times. Nobody in their right mind looks at a quarterback and goes, he's an MVP candidate at 3,700 yards in today's NFL.
And that goes back to your point about dual threat.
Again, I know where people are going to go. Well, the running that's not how the perception is of that award. It's like the Heisman. And now you're asking him to change his complete approach on how you're not asking him, well, you are in a way asking him to change his game. But now get this, instead of throwing the ball 30 times, there's going to be games where you're asking him to throw the ball between 38 and 45 times now. There's just more chance of tips, fumbles, and that's why he's learning to play now. He's on pace for 22 touchdowns and 19 interceptions.
Yeah, he has to get that under control.
That number 19 is going to be there at the end of the year? Absolutely not. I think he's going to figure it out. And what he's going to do is what Brady did when the Buccaneers were 7-5. He's going to start figuring out, hey, guys, let's throw some quick hitch passes. Instead of those high developing down the field routes that take forever. He's holding the ball more. Lane gave up his first sack. He's getting hit more. They're asking him to do more. There's tips. Dude, how about a couple slants? How about a couple crossing routes? To me, Tone, that I think they're masking that with getting Swift and Goddard the ball early. Those are kind of like their quick hitch passes now. Instead of running those just like quick slants, 1, 2, 3, throw, 1, 2, 3, throw. I mean, does he ever do those? He never does rhythm throws. I never see him just drop back, boom, just drop back.
That's a good point. You don't really see it that often.
Boom. He has to wait for the play to develop. And I think that's what's causing the high turnovers.
Yeah, you brought up an interesting point about an MVP candidate playing the way, not really seeing a guy like Jalen Hurts, who was an MVP candidate, like his numbers really match up to an MVP's numbers. When Lamar Jackson won an MVP, he threw those 36 touchdowns. He threw those 36 passing touchdowns. That's what pushed him over the top. But that year, Lamar only threw the ball 401 times. So because of those passing touchdowns, it solidified his MVP candidacy, right? But that's that. But no, you're right. Overall, is Jalen Hurts has to. I think Jalen. See, here's the thing, right? We want to fast track his development so much, and the reality is we're watching this quarterback develop in front of our very eyes, right?
He's taking a step back to go 3 steps forward, and no one wants him to understand that. When you're asking someone to do something more that they're not, their number one skill. I heard a stat that congratulations, you passed Randall Cunningham for being the all-time leading rushing quarterback for touchdowns. I guess that's great. I mean, it really is wonderful on Kelly Green night. But at the end of the day, you're talking about if you're going to ask this guy to throw the ball more, and you're asking him to throw the ball 600 times, which is going to be 150 times more than you did a year ago.
And if you ask him to throw the ball more, you have to create better opportunities or situations so those passes can be high percentage or high.
And you have to accept the turnovers.
And you got to accept the turnovers because right now, I believe Josh Allen, I think has 7 interceptions or 8 interceptions. I know Jalen has 10 turnovers in total. But just on the interceptions part of it, Jalen has 9. I think Allen has like 7 or 8. Maybe
I think Jalen has 8 interceptions and 9 touchdowns. I may be wrong.
Jalen has a grand total of 9. I'm sorry, 8 interceptions. He has 9 touchdowns. You're right. He has 8 interceptions right now, Josh Allen, I think, has 7 or 6. So when you have guys that are throwing the ball more, it's the name of the game. You know what I mean? Like, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So, we have to accept. See, the reason it looks bad is because Jalen Hurts doesn't throw a lot of touchdowns. So it doesn't really offset it. You know what I mean? But when you look at his total touchdown count on the season, with having the nine passing, I think he has like 6 or 7 rushing, if I'm not mistaken. So when you put all that together, you say, okay, he has like 15, 16 total touchdowns and 10 turnovers. All right. But still, he's throwing the ball more. Therefore, you're going to see more turnovers. I think they need to find a way to create some cleaner situations, whereas though he can get the ball out quick and limit the amount of turnovers. Because what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing the Philadelphia Eagles running a lot of routes that take a bit longer to develop than I would like. Therefore, it's forcing him to hold on to the ball, get him in rhythm, and that's when the coaches come in. You have to put him in a situation where you can get him in a rhythm. And then, once he starts cooking, now he can start to play around back there. Because listen, I don't want to take away his superpower. When he holds that ball, for example, he had that one play where he was in a pocket, it was collapsing, he broke right, and he threw this dime to AJ Brown, and it got him to the 1 yard line. Almost could have been a touchdown, but ended up being to the 1 yard line. So I don't want to completely take away his superpower, because him being a playmaker back there, holding on to that ball, is kind of what makes him great and kind of what separates him from other guys. But overall, I think Jalen Hurts is having a B- C+ season because of the turnovers. If those turnovers weren't there, I would easily put him in B+ A-.
Absolutely. Once again, I personally think if you want to just look at Jalen Hurts and the turnovers, I don't know. And plus, you have to always put on the fact that he's 6-1. You have to put that in the room. So you do this, a B. But with your coordinators and how they've played, he's B-. Because remember, it's a team sport here.
Right,
hey,
right.
Last thing I want to throw at you here.
Yeah, for sure.
You think they're going to blow out Washington this weekend?
I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Well, what do you constitute as a blowout?
Okay, well, here, I'll follow up with that. Okay?
I think they'll beat about a touchdown.
How about this? I've looked at the last 4 games that they've played. January 2nd, 2021, 20-16 Eagles. September 25th, 2022, 24-8 Eagles. November 14th, 2022, 32-21 Commanders. October 1, 2023, 34-31 Eagles. There's not a chance in hell this is a blowout, because you know why? Your last 4 games outside of one, and if you want to go here, well, you blew them out 24, 28, and 22. Well, they turned around in the next game and beat you by 10. So, I mean, now if you want to look, both the other games, one was by 4 and the other was by 3. So I look at it like this. Mm-hmm. Where in the world would you sit here and say, just because on any given Sunday here, you lost to the shittiest offense in the National Football League in the Jets? And to sit there and go, well, we're going to blow the Commanders out because they lost this last. If you look at games like that, you're going to fall into trouble with how. And by the way, Sam Howell's trending right now. I think he's got 40 sacks on him in 7 games, which is absurd. But where in the world do you think you're blowing them out where you haven't blown them out in the last 2 years?
No, I tend to lean towards what you're talking about. I don't think they're going to blow them out by any stretch. I think if there is a spread, I think the Eagles win by a touchdown.
Yeah, 7.
Maybe 10. I don't think it's like, if anything, it's going to be one of those 28-17, 28-20, 28-21 type game. Like, I don't think they're going to blow them out. I do think obviously the Eagles are the better team. I think they're going to win the game. But I just, the way the Commanders have, again, we talked about this, right? For some reason, there are certain teams that just they wake up when they play you. You know what I mean? They can be 0-10, but they play you, and it's like for some reason, the shoulder pads feel a little different. The jersey looks a little better for them. Food tastes a little better. I don't know, but the Commanders have lately been playing us really tough, and you have to respect that trend. I am a fan, But at the same time, I have to acknowledge what I've been seeing. And the trend is the Commanders play the Philadelphia Eagles tough. So the Eagles have to respect that. I think they know that as well. They're going to be on the road. I think that Jets loss was a wake-up call for them because I was speaking to John McMullen about this. And in so many words, he feel like they took that matchup for granted. I don't think the Philadelphia Eagles do that again. Losing to the Jets the way they did was a wake-up call, which is why they showed up the way they did in that Miami game. The attention to detail was immaculate. Execution was immaculate. I think that trend continues, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think the Commanders are going to hang around a little bit. They're going to play us tough. But I think the Eagles win the game for sure. I think they control it, but it's not going to be a blowout.
How about this one here? College and pro. I had a chance to play against the Saints, I think 4 times or maybe 6 times. I don't know what it was with that team, man, no matter what the records were. Green Bay, too, when we played in the NFC Central Division, I don't know what the hell that thing was. The records never mattered. And even when I was in college, dude, I mean, when you played Florida State or Florida, those were the hardest games I ever played. And I played Penn State, Oklahoma, Auburn, all them. They just knew us too well. It was such, incredible. Our second Commanders game, Eagles D is much improved. Yeah, but dude, you had a team last year that was better than the team you have now, and they beat the doors off you by 10. What's your excuse to that? So Tone's right. That's a game that you're going to have to play 60 minutes against, because you know why? You see what that guy just did? It's this thing that you and McMullen were talking about. You start taking shit for granted, you get beat.
Right.
That's how, or you make the game close.
And also think about it like this: just because you beat the Dolphins the way you did, that doesn't automatically translate to the next opponent. The NFL is
you can't be walking around doing victory laps down.
You want to know what I learned, Sills, covering this game? For the short amount of time that I have, you want to know what I learned? I've learned more than anything. The NFL is a week-to-week league. It doesn't matter what you did in week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6, week 7. You got to come in and prove it every single week. It doesn't matter what your record is. It doesn't matter what their record is. It doesn't matter what injuries you have. You have to come in and prove it. It's a week-to-week league. I don't think that notion gets respected enough.
Do you know what the comparison is? You know how they say what momentum is in baseball? The next day starting pitcher. You know what momentum is in football? Staying consistent to the process and not dipping up or down to your opponents.
We just saw the Lions.
One thing the Eagles do exceptional. They don't play up and down. Now, saying and hearing taking the Jets for granted, that's the first time I've heard that comment in 2.5 years.
It's not true.
Okay? That's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, for sure. Hold on real quick. This is a lie. Mr. Joe-Ho. I said 31-30. Come on, man. Let's be honest here. We all saw the show. But nonetheless, though, the Philadelphia Eagles, again.
Look at that, man. You stood on his anthill.
I did.
He knew that.
Of course. Of course. He got me. He got me.
He got you.
God damn it, he got me.
Congratulations, Ho. You got him.
but man, look, again, it's a week-to-week league, and you have to come in and remind look, momentum in the NFL, it's the closest you can get to it is coming in and being consistently, focused on your fundamentals, your technique. That's the closest you can get the momentum. We just saw the Detroit Lions, who was tearing through the league in the first 6 weeks. They got crushed by the Ravens, and the Ravens are a very, very, very good team. But the way they got destroyed in that game, the way we saw Miami look, the way they look, it doesn't matter what you did or who you did it against. You got to prove it every single week.
Let me show you what a total tool bag is. That guy, Elliot Spitzer, Pauly Shore, guy from WIP, goes on the Miami Dolphins postgame show, and Elliot Spitzer, Pauly Shore, says that the Miami Dolphins are not a Super Bowl contender. And I'm sitting around and I go like this. I said, that guy, Elliot Spitzer, Porsche, whatever the shit name he is, and the cheerleader that he is, I said, this is a week-to-week thing. I mean, did you think so? Under his premise, The Colts beat the defending world champions last year. And if he were to see that after the Colts beat the Chiefs, he would have said the Chiefs aren't a Super Bowl contender because they lost to the Colts, or that the Eagles aren't a Super Bowl contender because they lost to the worst offense in pro football. I mean, yeah, you said it, Tone. This is about momentum, depth, and the war of attrition as you get closer to the end of the year. The team you have right now, and I said this to a couple an hour ago, the Eagles, in my opinion, they're playing at 85% of what their max is right now, and they're still 6-1. Yeah. Dude, that I think you're on track to be better. Okay? As a matter of fact, the Dolphins, you know what you guys did to the Dolphins? That was as devastating as a loss to the Dolphins as the Cowboys are right now circling around and trying to pretend that the Arizona and 49er game didn't happen, that you got beat by the Bills and you got beat up by the Eagles. Do you know those two teams for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Keep an eye on them because they could go the other way right now because you beat the starch out of them. The Dolphins go back to South Florida going like this. Man, I don't know, man. We played one of the elite teams. We got the shit kicked out of us. You know what the Eagles are doing? On to Washington.
Yeah, you know what I would say about the Dolphins?
Different mentality.
You know what I would say about the Dolphins, though? I have a hard time taking the Dolphins serious as well, and this is why. You talk about trends a lot.
Today, you mean now? Today, you have less confidence in the Dolphins today than you did prior to going into that game. Okay.
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. The Dolphins, whenever they had the opportunity to play against a team under 500, they won. They crushed them. But the moment they played against a team that had any real championship aspirations, like front the runners. Bills, like the Eagles, they got smoked. So,
front runners.
And again, it's not like they were in games, and it's not like they were really close in those games.
They
with the
weren't
Bills
in that
and the Eagles
Sunday night.
When it comes like the disparity in their performance when they go against real teams versus lesser teams is so vast. It's hard for me to take that seriously because there's such a large gap in the way they play versus teams above 500 versus teams below. It's such a drastic disparity in how they play against real teams.
I'm going to leave you with this here. What they did to the Dolphins, I think they're going to do to the Chiefs.
Interesting.
What do the Chiefs – okay, Mahomes, is he better than Tua? Yes.
Yes.
Do they have more weapons in Kansas City? No. Kelsey's a force. Yeah. But outside of that, you mean to tell me with what they did, the confidence that the Eagles secondary got, now you're adding also Kevin Byard to the secondary, and what you did by stopping all those guys and holding Hill to 88 yards, Tua's lowest number, stopping the run. I'm going to tell you something, man. That game will do more for the Eagles, for the Kansas City game, than any game they've played so far in the last two Kansas City games too. Even the Super Bowl, because right now, the part of the team that's getting better is the part of the team that you're the most concerned about. It ain't the offense. Dude, look at the offense. Offense is second in the NFL. They scored a lot of points. They turned the ball over a little bit much. And you're waiting for that to turn around, but they're still putting up the light bulbs, and they're still going out and scoring. The defense is coming along quickly.
Yeah, and the Eagles had their best red zone performance on offense on Sunday. So they were 4 for 6, which is 66%. They were around that number for the whole season last year. So that red zone percentage is slowly climbing. I think I think they're getting a little better. There were still moments where I scratched my head and when they were in the red zone, but I think they're slowly trending in the right direction when it comes to the red zone.
Absolutely. Tone, great stuff as always, my friend.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you as always, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. That's my guy there, Tone. Appreciate him doing that. Hey, by the way, we got to give out the names of the winners of the Hooters gift certificate giveaways. Congratulations, Christopher from PA. And Ken from Massachusetts. Appreciate that very much. Thank you guys for doing that. All you do is you fill out like a form. There'll be a code word starting tomorrow all the way through Friday. and you email us, dansilioshow@gmail.com, and you get yourself a shot to win yourself some gift certificates. So tomorrow through Friday, Tone will be throwing out a code word, and we announce the name of the winners each and every single football Monday. We'll look at Week 7 of the National Football League, and it was a very interesting Week 7. Gary Cobb is going to join us also at 5:30 Eastern. Normally, he would join us always at 4:30 Eastern, but we will talk to our friend at 5:30. He's at an event. We'll get his comments. Also, more on that game last night. Then moving into the Commanders week, too. What did that game mean last night for the offense and for most notably the defense? We'll do that. Please hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. We appreciate you guys very much here on a Football Monday here. Real quick before I get to Sean Desai, DC for the Eagles. If I'm Caleb Williams, the starting quarterback for the USC Trojans, I have absolutely nothing left to play for. They had an unfortunate loss to Utah. I thought they would lose to Utah. In my opinion, what's the point of staying in college and having a chance of getting injured? You're most likely going to be the number one overall selection. What's the point? I would leave school. I'm not going to the shit.com bowl. My chances of going to the Rose Bowl, what's the point of that? A Rose Bowl versus me potentially getting $50 million guaranteed dollars. Are you crazy? Why in the world would I do that when I'm going to get a $50 million guaranteed contract? Why would I stay at Southern Cal? Hey, Eagle fans, you got away with another miracle. Miracle 2. You guys were thinking of hiring Lincoln Riley as your head football coach? That would have been a bigger disaster than Chip Kelly. At least Chip Kelly left behind Jeff Stoutland. And Lane Johnson was drafted. At least there was something left behind that you guys have used to today. You would have hired Lincoln Riley. He's the most overrated coach in the United States of America. Isn't that the guy John Ritchie at WIP wanted to be the head football coach for the Eagles other than Sirianni? I'll take Sirianni over that guy. That guy's never, ever spelled the word defense. Never, ever spelled the word defense. Eagles trade a 2024 5th and 6th round and Terrell Edmonds to the Titans for all-pro safety, Kevin Byard. As we said this last hour, there's no doubt Howie, again, 5th and a 6th. The leverage was the Eagles. They had the leverage. They took the $4 million on, and it's the first year of a 2-year contract. He's 30 years old. And like I said, you got to remember something here. This is how Howie's looking at this. They feel they want to win right now. This is not a future move. Okay? This is not a future move. It's just not. Yeah, he's from Philly and he's coming home just like Hassan Reddick. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a really good move. And once again, Howie not giving up massive assets to get a player in here that can help you right now. You're pretty old in the secondary now. 231, north of 30-year-old corners, and you got a safety that's 30. So you're looking at some pretty good guys up in age in that back end. You're exceptionally young. By the way, the more and the better that the front seven continues to play, the more that back end's going to continue to come around. Okay? It's a pretty old back end. Okay? But still, at the end of the day, we'll see how this plugs in. I wouldn't be surprised if the kid plays this Sunday against the Commanders. So I'll do that. All right. I have a question to ask you. If Sean Desai was your D coordinator against Kansas City in the Super Bowl, think he would have won it? You think he would have won it? I do. I do. The way that his in-game adjustments are evident. He adjusts in-game. Man, he has been schooled by two. Thanks, Rage. We've been talking about it. You know who he adjusts like in game? Like Belichick and Fangio and Carroll. All influences on him. You see it. He's really quick. He's a good coach. That's a good hire by Howie. That's a really good hire, man. And it's a testament to all the new faces that he has. Get this. He's a brand new coordinator coming into a brand new environment, playing a system that he's familiar with. But that doesn't necessarily mean just because you know how to drive a car, you know how to drive a stick shift. You know what I'm saying? Every car's different, and you come into it, man. That doesn't mean you know how to fly the plane. Just because you know how to fly. You got to get used to it. You got to get used to the quirks of the defense. You got to get used to your personnel. And he's done it so fast. If Sean Desai was your coordinator, and I completely believe it. So now, you know what? Let me say this to you too. How much of an influence do you think Matt Patricia has been on this? That kind of flies under the radar. You think Patricia? Hey, isn't it? Do you think there's a coincidence that the in-game adjustments remind you of the Patriots? And how they have in-game. You see what they did to the Bills Sunday? That's got Patricia's name on it too. It's got Patricia's name on it. You know? Like his influence, you can see it. Okay? You can see it. Senor goes, what happened to your boy Josh Allen? Josh Allen doesn't have as many turnovers as your guy. And they got to check themselves on defense too. Up there in Buffalo. I can't figure Buffalo out. Jalen Hurts has more turnovers than Allen. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about quarterback play or team play? There's two different things here. Yeah. And you lost to the Jets. Dude, stop doing that. And you should have lost to the Commanders. You didn't beat the Commanders. They had a stupid coaching move. And there's that fabulous 23-2. That 23-2 with nothing behind it. Record means nothing unless there's a championship with it. That's like telling me you think Nick Sirianni's a better coach, like we said the other day, than Doug Peterson. Or that, how about this? This guy, Matt LaFleur, has won almost 70% of his games, and he's now on the hot seat in Green Bay. I thought he was a good coach, too. Coaches can be blown out no matter who they are, especially the head coaches. Hey, dude, Doza, you eat crow when you win a Super Bowl, not when you're 6-1. Or what's that other thing? 23-2. There's no crow eating on that. Crow eating on what is when you win a championship? What crow eating? Look at Prince. He's got to pay to insult me. I love it. And I love doing it. Leave bipolar Sills alone. Imagine that. You wake up in the morning, you tell your wife you have to spend money to insult Sills. Winning! Winning! Barb, great question. How many years for Sirianni, Danny? Barb, I think he'll be smarter than Doug and not piss in Howie's sandbox. I think he'll be smarter. Okay? I think he'll be smarter. Okay? Petty Cash. Well, you guys are loaded, man. You guys in Philly are loaded. Not me, man. Not me. I got to, sometimes, hey, with my Hummer, man, the way it is, shit, I have to save all my pennies and nickels and dimes just to fill that bitch up. We beat the Commanders. Great. Great. Congratulations. So, Sills definitely winning that was clutch. Hey, Jason, I always win. Even when we lose, we win. Always remember, I never lose. Sills, can we set up Barb? Who do you want to set her up with, Twiz? Let me guess. Taylor Swift's brother. Big Sills and Tone, love you guys. You are right about the championship versus records. Just know we got faith. There's one coming real soon. 88, you know what? What Tone says I love. The record indicates the journey, and it's been a fun one for you. The only reason I'm not married is so I can pay money to insult Sills. That's actually funny. Okay. I believe the idiots you argue with are 14. Hey, Lucius, so do I. But hey, my wife says there's a couple guys that Like, Barb, you know what? I got to tell you, man, my wife says that most people that contact me on social media are not the chicks that post the pictures. It's some fat dude in a guinea tee with hair all over his back, and his name is Bucko. And they're not the women that they say they are. So, Barb, I'm questioning, nothing against you, Barb, but I'm really not sure. So, you could be some fat guinea too in a guinea t-shirt with hair all over you too, and one eyebrow and unibrow, I don't know, dog. You know what I'm saying? My wife says those people ain't real. Sills, what's a better sign? Losing to the Jets and beating the Dolphins. Oh, beating the Dolphins. Or beating the Jets and lose. Oh, I'd rather beat the Dolphins. Lose to the Jets? Dude, the Jets loss was just pathetic by the Eagles. The Dolphins win was dominating, and you beat a good team up. The Jets aren't a good team. The Dolphins are a good team. There's no such thing as beating a shitty team coming out of that going, hey, I feel pretty good about myself. Okay? Beating the Dolphins, I feel pretty good coming out of that. And not beating them, but beating them up. Okay? Beating them up. All right? How do you compare the 49ers to us now? That's a great question. Great question. 49ers. Hey, will you guys do me a favor? Tell me the teams that the Niners have beat. 49ers versus the Eagles. That would have been a good topic for tomorrow, but let's do it now. 49ers, well, their quarterback is outplaying yours. He's 10 times having a more efficient year than yours. Cowboys are no, I'm not doing that. Steelers, Rams, Giants, Cardinals, Cowboys. I would say the 49ers' biggest win is the Cowboys. Okay, a team you struggled against. Niners beat Steelers. Steelers are 4-2 now. But really? Rams, not bad. They lose over the weekend. They lost to the Steelers, actually. The Giants, they win over the weekend. Cardinals and Cowboys, clearly the best win for the 49ers have been the Cowboys, and they destroyed them. And they destroyed them kind of almost in the same light in how you destroyed the Dolphins. Would you compare the Dolphins and Cowboys to one another? Chubb, Micah. Think Tua's better than Dak? I do. Tua's playing better than Dak. How about we do that? Do they have a better wide receiving core than the Dolphins, the Cowboys? I don't believe so. Do they have a better run game? I don't think so. Maybe a better defense? Maybe. Do they have a better coach? I don't think so. So that's a pretty much a push to me. Cowboys and Dolphins remind me of the same team. Okay? So, I mean, Cowboys and Dolphins are probably the two best teams that these two teams have beaten. Eagles beating the Dolphins, and the 49ers have beaten the Cowboys. Now, the Cowboys have always had the Eagles' number, especially Prescott. Prescott performs for whatever it is. He has your number. You know how Tone was saying, there's always one team. Well, there's always one player who performs insane against another team. And Dak performs against you and the Giants he's made a career out of the Giants, Washington, and Philly. He's made a career out of you guys. Okay? So, but to me, here, who's playing better quarterback? 49ers. Who's got a better run game? 49ers. Who's got a better O-line? Eagles. Who's got a better wide receiving core? Wow. What tight end? How about we go pass catching? Kittle, McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Debo versus AJ. Is AJ better than anything that is on the 49ers? Yes. AJ's playing the best wide receiver of any wide receiver in the league. Is Devontae better than Ayuk this year? I don't think so. Ayuk's having a better season. Kittle and Goddard. Goddard just started picking his game up. Okay, he's just started picking his game up. I compare those two together. I think that's a push. Now, I got to give it to the Eagles because AJ's killing it. He's would you agree? I mean, I don't think anybody's playing better wide receiver than him. I just don't think anybody's playing better than him. So I'm going to go with the Eagles on pass catching. Defense? Is there anybody in the NFL playing better than the Philadelphia Eagles defensive front four? No way. No way. I'm going Eagles on front four. Linebackers, clearly Niners. Secondary, Niners. But here's the deal. By the time, when's the 8th? And by the way, so you guys know, I know you're probably feeling insulted. What's the date of that 49er game? What's the date of the 49er game? Because just because you're not there today doesn't mean you may not be there. Okay. Jesus, December 3rd, December 3rd. Could they be up there with San Francisco in the secondary? You're never going to be as good as their linebackers. You're never, ever going to be in their room. December 3rd, could this defense be better than San Francisco's? I like Steve Wilkes, the 49ers coordinator, too. He's a very established guy, and he's done a nice job there. But he's not DeMeco Ryans. Hey, CD goes, got Bert, you got Byard now. He's not Hufanga. Understand? He's not Hufanga. If you're Howie, what's your next trade and why? Great question, Papa. I would like to really entertain this and just go with me here. I would like to see what Denver would want for Patrick Surtain. You got Patrick Surtain, you win the Super Bowl. You get Patrick Surtain, you win the Super Bowl. Twist goes like this, too much. Too much to win a Super Bowl? You wouldn't give a first-round draft choice up for Patrick Surtain to win a Super Bowl. What are you, nuts? You take a gamble on one of the defensive backs that you've never been able to land on in your entire Howie Roseman of talent evaluating career? What corners he ever landed on? Why in the world would you give it to him to try to find you a corner when in 25 years he's never? What, I mean, don't you see the law of averages here? So you want to take a shot with the 32nd pick in the NFL draft with a cornerback that he's never been good at finding. Okay? You really want to do that? Say you get to say you end up winning the Super Bowl. It'll be the 32nd pick for Patrick Surtain, a 2 and a 3. You wouldn't do that. How dumb. Dude, this move here that you got with the kid from the Titans is a great move. And if you compile it with another great player, you're talking about solidifying what could be something that could be set up here for a little bit. Now, again, now, Joshua, I would entertain it. But everyone, I mean, I love how people look at the first round draft choices on defense. And it's funny, you know what somebody said? Who was it, the one that said that when I brought up the fact that your defensive players, especially from your linebackers all the way to your secondary, and Tone, this is kind of where I'm going with the conversation as usual, okay, is that from the linebackers to the secondary, they're all mercenaries and you didn't really draft any of them. There's no player development. There's one guy there, okay? And the reason that I say that to you is that's their MO. They're not looking to develop anybody. So if you're not developing anybody, that means you're not drafting anybody. Think about that. They don't draft people in the secondary and linebackers. And you wouldn't give up a 32nd pick for a perennial Pro Bowler. And you think a 32nd pick is more valuable. How could it be valuable to you at the cornerback position when Howie has failed miserably at that spot in the draft? Name me one cornerback he's drafted in 25 years. I'll wait. Name me a cornerback he's drafted in 25 years. Hopefully it won't be 10 years ago or 15 years ago. You know, hopefully it'll be like a couple of years ago he drafted one. That's right, Don. The 32nd pick is like the first pick in the second. Who's Sidney Jones? Who's Sidney Jones? Lito Shepherd? I said try to keep it in this decade. Let's try to stay in this decade. So you entertain that. Then you take Bradbury and you put him in the slot. You put Surtain over on the other corner, move Slay, then you move those guys back next year. Because this is what the side's doing. By the way, when I bring that point up, it's not to belabor the point. It's to what Tone says. That's not how they do business. Drafting corners. They go look for them. I like that, actually. I actually like that. That's right, Tone. I trust Howie to trade or sign a corner before I would trust him. But that's where I'm going. That's how he says all the time. That's how their business is. I would rather, me too. Me to tell me I could get a first or second year guy at 25 years old that's played in the NFL versus a guy who played at Slippery Rock University and it's the 32nd player taken in the draft. I got to take a shot that guy's going to make it in the league. Why don't I make a move for a guy that's already made it in the league? I'd rather do that. There's less chance of failure. You're limiting the law averages of failure. Drafting corners are as tough as drafting quarterbacks. Don't you see that? Drafting a corner is the second most difficult position to draft in the NFL. It's the second most difficult. I would say now, today, wide receivers are third. You bet, man. This guy here, I have slowly figured out Howie here. He's going to invest in his lines, offense, defense. They're going to do player development in those lines. Shit, the only guy let me see. How many guys in the offensive huddle are non-Eagles? Receiver from Atlanta, AJ Swift. The other side, your entire even your edge rusher. Your edge rusher, free agent, linebackers, free agents, entire secondary outside of Reed. Free agents. This is how he does business. How he's going to get guys on defense that can play in this. Look, this is not a rip. No one's ripping him because you know why? You can't, because it's working. No one's ripping. No one's throwing shade here. Yeah, Tone's point. Even Reed was a UDFA. See? And like you said here, when you make a move like this is an MO move. Now, you know what? Help me out on this one. Because someone just asked me, what do I think the next move is? Has Howie Roseman ever traded in season for a first round? Did he ever give a first round player away in the upcoming draft of any particular year to acquire a player on defense? Has he ever done that? Because it'll tell me a little bit more about what he may do. Because you see, this Kevin Byard deal is more of a deal to me that he went like this. You know what, man? I'm not going to get the kid from Arizona. He's going to want a Jamal Adams deal at $20 million. I'm going to have to give a one-up for him, and I'm not doing that for a safety. I'm not doing that for a safety. So he made the second best financially. I mean, you give up a 5 and a 6 and Terrell Edmonds, and you bring him in, and he's only making $4 million. Hey, man, I'm good with that. That's a style move. That's a move where you go like this. Well, he's not the kid from Arizona, Buda Baker. But you know what he is? He's in his room. All right. I don't have to give up a lot, pay a lot. And I could get kind of the same guy. I'm in. Nothing wrong with that. That's how you balance. See that kind of move right here? You see that kind of move right there that Howie Roseman made today? That's the moves that Dallas Cowboys are incapable of making. The Dallas Cowboys are not capable of making those kind of moves. Why? Because Jerry Jones has too much emotion wrapped around looking for the big name. Jones wants the big name. Okay? I want the big name. I want the big name. How he looks at the kind of guy that fits his system and his MO and how he operates. The more and more you watch the way he does business, the more and more you get how he does business. Like I said, we want Buda Baker. Yeah, who doesn't? Hey, how many people look at that? You think that Jamal Adams deal was a good deal for Seattle? You think that was a good deal for Seattle to pay a guy $20 million and give up all them first rounders? Hey, Tone, what'd they give up? 2 1s? Okay. Didn't they give up 2 1s to the Jets for him? And they turned around and paid him 20. And has he played up there? I don't know. Has he ever been healthy? That's not a good deal. Shit, as a matter of fact, that's kind of why they had to move off for Russell Wilson. They gave her future away for the next 2 years, paid a safety $20 million. Howie does the same move for another type of Jamal Adams for a 4 and 5 and Terrell Edmonds and $4 million. Dude, such a good philosophical move. That is a very good philosophical move. That's smart, makes sense, fits the whole freaking thing. He's a player. He's got gas in the tank. And something that Tone said that I love so much, he's never missed a ball game. Shit, dude, sign me up. I'll take 53 of those moves. It's a freaking absolutely connecting the dot and checking all the boxes move. Everything. You see, in the NFL, guys, it's not just about going, I want that shiny new car. You got to make it work. The Seahawks gave up a first round in 21-22, a 2021 third rounder for Jamal Adams plus a player. Not me. And $20 million. Every single fundamental thing that move made with Jamal Adams for the Seahawks turned out to be a failure. You gave up 3 high picks, a player, and you paid 20. Howie went and got a player who could play today and plug in for a what? Put that trade up there again, Tone. Please. For a 5 and 6 in Edmonds and $4 million. Dude, again, that's why the Eagles have dominated the NFC East. Moves exactly like this right here. They're not the shiny super. You're not getting a Bugatti. But you know what you're getting? You're getting a great-looking BMW that does the same shit that every other car on the planet. It's more of a gamble on the Bugatti breaking down. And some of the pieces you can't even replace. Like Jamal Adams has been a non-factor in Seattle. Since he got there, he's been an absolute non-factor. I think maybe the first year, right, he had 20 sacks. And then after that, he's been banged up. I think he had a really good first year up there. Right? I think he had an insane first year up there. He was really great. That is the kind of move right there that you like. This resembles a lot of the C.J. Gardner-Johnson deal of a year ago. This looks like the Gardner-Johnson deal. You get a guy who's not making any money. He's stuck down on the roster, and they really don't like it because he talks too much shit. That's not a reason for me not to have him on my roster. And plus, get this. Howie's a Gator. He went and got a Gator. Howie's a shit talker too. He don't care. Shit talking Gator making a deal for another shit talking Gator. Okay. As you could tell me, and Gators talk far more shit than Hurricanes, I think. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure people would agree with that, but hey. It's a great move. Get this again. It's a great move because it checks all the boxes. You see, it checks all the boxes, and the Titans are now with. Hey, this, in my opinion, is a sign now that the Titans are going to move off of Derrick Henry. They're going to try to get one of them quarterbacks in the draft coming up, and they got to get as many picks as they can. And so, what they're going to try to do, they're going to try to stockpile picks all the way until the end of the season. And they're going to get rid of everybody. Hell, it wouldn't shock me if DeAndre Hopkins is on the move. And they move him. And they move him for a draft pick. You turn a free agent sign into a draft pick? I think he's next. I think Henry and Hopkins will be traded. I don't know what you get for DeAndre, maybe a third, fourth, depending where he goes or who's desperate. I don't think the Raiders are going to move off of Davante Adams. Makes no sense to move off of Davante Adams. Okay? Makes no sense for the Raiders to do that. They need a quarterback in there. And that's going to be a steep price to try to get Adams. And no team's going to give you the same value that you had to deal with Green Bay. It's just not going to happen. You'd have to give up a king's ransom. Adams had 9.5 sacks his first year in Seattle, but hear this, Sills. Through 67 possible games, Adams has only played 28. These things have been a failure. 2020, 12. 2021, 12. 2022, 1. 2023, 3. And Tone, what's his salary? This is why this deal here for Kevin Byard is really great. You gave up a 5 and a 6 and $4 million for a player like Jamal Adams and like Budda Baker. You know, it's kind of like buying the off-brand of something that you like. There's nothing wrong with that. And it builds your roster, and you get what? And you get more impact. Guy, and get this guy Adams, he's freaking missed a ton of games. The guy you just traded for has never missed a game. Who do you think is more valuable to a team? The guy who's available or the guy who's never available? Does anybody know what that guy's making, Jamal Adams? I think it's $20 million. That's a colossal disaster. Colossal. When you make deals in the NFL to build your rosters up, okay, you have to remember the money is involved in this. Amount of years and signing bonus. When Seattle traded for Adams, they gave him 4 years, $70.58 million. 38 fully guaranteed. This year, his salary cap hit is $32.3 million. You want to hear something insane? Jalen Hurts doesn't have a salary cap hit like that until like what is it, Tone? Like the fourth year of his contract? This guy's got more of a salary cap hit than what Hurts will have in his first 2 years. That's a colossal failure. No one signs up for that. Whew. Wow. Holy cow. Man. That's how you get your doorknobs beat. Adams' salary cap hit is $12 million this year. His dead cap is $32 if they cut him. And a guy who doesn't play for you. That was a deal that, in my opinion, John Schneider, the general manager of the Seahawks, and Pete would like to have back. Because that guy's not panned out. Dude, a move like this, let's just say the guy sucks. Say he sucks. There's no indication he will. Say he sucks. 5 and a 6, and Terrell Edmonds, a guy who you got off the scrap heap, and you just threw a player in to replace him in your own huddle. I mean, and get this. Howie, they played his ass off last night. The guy had 8 tackles. Didn't he have like 8 tackles and 8 solos and 8 assisted? Didn't he have 16 tackles last night? Wasn't it something like that, or was it just 8 tackles? I think he led the Eagles in tackles last night. They played his ass. Howie made that deal today, or either they were talking about the deal last night, and his play last night was the Titans probably said, we'll take him. Didn't he lead the Eagles in tackles on Sunday? He didn't have 0 tackles last night, dude. He had – hey. I love it when people go like this. He had 8 tackles and got burned. Who burned him? Tyreek Hill? They gave up 1 touchdown, kind of, right? Hurts' cap hit 13.5 in 2024. So think about this. This year, a cap hit this year for Adams is $11 million. Jalen Hurts, who signed a $50 million a year deal in 2024, will have a 13.5 cap hit. 2025, 15.9. Do you understand what that means? A safety in Seattle almost has the same exact cap hit as a starting quarterbacks. Edmonds led the team last night in total tackles with 9, 8 solo. Made no tackles. No. Keon, you make no sense. He was late on every play. The only thing that matters is they didn't score. And that's your coordinator. Next closest player had 4 tackles. Yeah. Hey, that's how I look at it too, Rashid. I never said he played super. I think he really had a good, solid game last night. Okay? All right. Take a time out. I'm going to look at Week 7 of the National Football League. We're also going to catch up with Gary Cobb at 5:30 Eastern. Please hit the like button. Power Hour coming up. Oh, and by the way, do not forget our great friends at Hooters. We really appreciate everybody who has gone into the facilities over the last couple weeks, and we so thank you very much. Look, one of the great locations from Rhode Island all the way down to King of Prussia, one of the 7 locations in the Northeast area. Go to northeasthooters.com to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Hooters. The iconic Hooter girls are there for you Monday Night Football tonight. HootersToGo.com. If you don't want to go into any one of the places, do me that favor. Use the app. Great food. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays, 1983, the year the place was founded. 40-year tradition. Please go in there. By the way, kids eat for free on Saturdays. 6 items, $6. Fried pickles are absolutely insane. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. And when you roll into any one of the facilities, do me a favor, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Who's tougher to defend, A.J. Brown or Tyreek Hill? Who's tougher to defend? Me, it's AJ. Because he's more physical. Physical wide receivers do more in your run game. You think Tyreek Hill is going to throw himself in front of blocks to spring running backs? No. It's probably why they moved him in Kansas City. Think about that. You see, Tyreek Hill is a glorified Deshaun Jackson. That's who he is. Hey, you got to pick your death date with those two guys. Do you want to get punched in the mouth or do you want to get burned? I'd rather keep the guy underneath and let him have 125 yards underneath, just as long as he doesn't beat me deep. I don't care really about the empty calorie stats. But when AJ gets on me, he's going to try to run me over. That's a whole different world there. When you got a guy that's looking for contact and you got a guy that's great with the football in his hands after he catches the ball and he's looking for contact, Tyreek Hill's not looking for anything. He's looking for open space. When you got a wide receiver that doesn't give a shit where the ball's thrown, it's his and only his, that's when you got a special ball player. That's an undefensible guy. That's a guy that's really hard to defend, man. You got a guy like that, that hurts. That is, in my opinion, a tougher cover when you got a guy like that. Okay? He is a tougher cover, man. Dude, Tyreek Hill is a great football player. He is a great football player. No mistaking it. Okay? A.J. Brown is a physical, great football player. It's like playing T.O. It's like playing Terrell Owens. You can have great coverage on him. Okay? You can have great coverage on him. Okay? It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Okay, Gary Cobb will join us at the bottom of the hour. We appreciate everybody. I know the internet's going in and out a little bit on us. We appreciate you guys hanging tight with us. I know the Phils are getting ready to play too. Hey, pretty good going on right now in Philadelphia sports. The Flyers look like, at least out of the gate, and early part of the puck being dropped, that it looks like they look like something. And now you have the game tonight where you could end up closing this thing up and going to your second straight World Series. That'd be quite an accomplishment for the Phillies. That'd be great for Dave Dombrowski. I've known Dave Dombrowski all the way back to his Marlin days. Okay? Hey, Q, I like that. AJ is a shorter version of T.O. Huh, never looked at it that way. But they play a lot alike. You know what I'm saying? They play a lot alike in how they go about their business and how they try to get open. I really like the both of them. I just want to reset here a little bit before we get into week 7 of the NFL here. I really, really thought they played exceptional last night. I think the Eagles had their best win in 2.5 years. that I've been covering, you guys. The Kelly Greens were spectacular last night. You dominated on both sides of the football. Your defensive front. Hey, Tone, everyone, you think this defensive front, even with more sacks you had last year, I'm going to tell you what. Everyone, I think you have a better defensive line this year than you did a year ago. I'm ready to say that. Let me think about it for a second. Hang on. This defensive front is better than a year ago, and you had more sacks last year. You know why you're better? Why do you guys think you're better this year than a year ago? Why do you guys believe you're better this year than a year ago? It's not just one player, dude. Tone says run defense. I think it's because you're more versatile. You're one of the top run defenses, and you're still one of the top pass rushing fronts. Last year, you were the top pass rushing front, and you were in the middle of the road run defense. You have more balance this year. You're just more balance. Yeah, I mean, what would you rather have? A defense that's number one in a defensive line that's number one in stopping the run and say number 4 in pass rushing. Give me that all day. They're giving me this. Number 1 in sacks, number 16 in run defense. I'll take the defense that's better against the run and still gets home. That's the key here. You're still getting home. Last year was an anomaly. You're not going to see teams have 70 sacks. Okay? You're just not. This front's better. They're dominating. The Dolphins completely had to fight last night just to stay in the ball game. I mean, they struggled. I really think the coordinators did a good job. And by the way, would we not agree this last night? The next guy up comment, it worked. It worked last night. Eagles had 70 sacks in 17 games last year. This 2003 team is on pace for 58 and is much better than the run. I would take this year over more sacks any day. By the way, 58 sacks could probably still lead you and make you number one in the NFL. If the Eagles end up with 58 sacks this year, they could still be number one probably in the league by the end of the year. If they have 50, if they end up with 60 sacks, they're going to lead the league. Get this. So you surrendered 10 sacks to be the number one run stopping defense any day. Any day. Any day. That's right, Dave. And Dave's right there too. Younger, Dave. What else, Dave? Not only younger, but what else? What else, Dave? Not just younger. What's the key component here? You're not just younger this year. You're not just better against the, remember, checking all the boxes. What else are you? You're cheaper. Rookie deals, No $20 million Hardgrave. No $3 million Joseph. No $3 million Sue. Fletcher took a haircut even. You got cheaper, younger, and better. That's exactly, again, the MO of Howie Roseman. Dude, the complete difference in the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles are exceptionally on display every single time you look at are the boxes checked. Fabulous. Cheaper, younger, and better. I don't know what else there is to say about that. Great. I mean, they just stuffed the run on the Dolphins. They did all the right things. Desai was excellent in that game on Sunday. Was excellent. Eagles were punishing. The Dolphins were counterpunchers. Reddick is getting his game going again. It's got to be the injury. I'll tell you what's going to be interesting to see and how they handle Hassan Reddick this coming offseason. You signed that freak to 3 years, $45 million, and he's been in the building 2 years now, and he's on track to get 14 sacks. You're telling me that dude's going to have 30 sacks potentially in 2 years of playing Eagle football? You haven't seen a number like that since Reggie. You're going to get 30 sacks out of that guy in 2 years. And you're going to let that guy roll into you're probably going to let him roll into his final year of his contract. And you'll decide what you're going to do after 2025. But shit, man, what a steal. Dude, he's so underpaid, it's sick. These top edge rushers today, I mean, wow. I mean, Hassan Reddick is underpaid. I mean, he's the highest valued player on your team right now. Jalen got a contract coming, plus they gave him the signing bonus money. Hassan Reddick is the most underpaid player on your football team. And there's no question. Last 17 games, he's outplayed Micah Parsons, TJ Watt. He's been more of a force and a factor than any of those two guys. You could make the argument he's had more impact in games for the last 17 than Aaron Donald has. How is he not underpaid? If you're Hassan Reddick, now look, you signed your contract and shit, but you know you're talking about a guy $45 million over 3 years. He's horseshit money in today's standards. Swift will never be re-signed. That will never happen. DeAndre Swift is going to get $7-8 million in the open market this coming offseason. You really think Howie Roseman's going to sign a running back to $8 million? It's not happening. Not happening. Purdy got exposed by the Browns. No worries. That's what Q thinks. Well, then Jalen got exposed by the Jets. That's dumb. You can't do that week to week. And by the way, the Browns had a bad day. And did they lose? No, did they lose over the weekend? We're going to get to that. No, they won, right? Yeah, they beat the Colts. So you're telling me you really think that Purdy got exposed by the number one defense in the National Football League, and you got exposed by the shittiest offense in the NFL? I didn't look at the 49ers coming out of that game against the Browns and have any lesser of an opinion than them that I did with the Eagles coming out of the Jets game. I didn't have any less of an opinion because you know why? They turned around against the Dolphins and beat the piss out of them. Really. So you come out of that Jets game, and you know what Eagle fans will do? Well, that was just like a freak thing. No, it's not. You got beat. It's not a freak thing. I mean, hey, NS, you got beat by the worst offense in pro football. I'm just telling you, I didn't think any lesser of the Eagles or the 49ers after their loss last week. I know you're better teams. Teams lose. It's the NFL. They get paid too. Well, this team beat this team. That team beat that. It doesn't work in the NFL that way. It doesn't work like that. Shit, wait a minute. Watch this. Well, you beat the Colts last year, right? The Chiefs lost to the Colts. That make you better than the Chiefs? Oh, wait, they ended up beating you in the Super Bowl. That makes no sense. It doesn't matter. Each week is an individual chapter in the chapter of the 2023 season. Plain and simple. What you don't want to do is compile games like what the Cowboys did, getting killed by the Cardinals and then getting killed by the Niners, or the Dolphins getting killed by the Bills and getting killed by the Eagles. That's what you don't want to do, because then that's a trend. When you play against dominant teams like that, you expose yourself to saying, are we good enough to hang with those guys? Eagles beat themselves in that game is the dumbest comments you can ever make. Honestly. So it's the Jets' fault that the Eagles had turnovers. Well, you know, the Eagles beat themselves. So what? So what? This is the NFL. Anybody can be beat. Anybody. The goal is to beat the teams you're supposed to beat and take it from there. Dude, the Browns are a good football team. The Browns can make the playoffs. 49ers lose to a Browns team as the number one ranked defense. And what are the Browns now? They're 4-2. So they lose to a 4-2 team. And you lose to that shitty Jets team. I still don't have any different opinion. And now, get this. Somebody asked this question earlier. Sills, would you rather beat the Jets and lose to the Dolphins? No, I'd rather kill the Dolphins and lose to the Jets, because that makes me know where I'm at and how good I am. That means I made mistakes in that Jets game. That tells me I have to play better and cleaner. I get more out of the Dolphins massacre than the Jets loss. The Jets loss to me means nothing anymore. It's a reminder of what the league is. The Jets are a great 2023 reminder for the Eagles. It's a reminder that you can get beat. Browns are a damn good football team. Watson's holding them back. Can't be, man. The kid's got to get his ass out there. He has got to play, man. If he plays and he can play well, that football team could get to the AFC Championship game. They're that talented. The Browns have a talented football team. Outstanding. Just outstanding. I thought the whole thing last night, the Dolphins, they absolutely pounded them on both sides of the football. And you had to really love what Sean Desai did. And I'm going to come out of the gate here with a hard one here with my friend Gary Cobb. Let's bring Cobb in here now. And I appreciate Gary Fox 29, former Eagle himself. Hey, first and foremost, did you like the Kelly Greens?
Oh, I loved it. I mean, of course, that's what we played in, We played in those Kelly Greens. So it was a great to see it. And, of course, there were things about that game I liked even more. But, because, of course, Jerome, Reggie, all those guys that played with that team, you can't help remember, how special that group was. I mean, they were a dominating defense, and I guess it was kind of fitting that the Eagles defense would play like that, like they did, last night. I got to give it to them. The type of dominating where they really gave up 7 points. Think about it. You had the one turnover was a field goal. The other touchdown was scored by the defense. They gave up 7 points to a team that had been, going over everybody else. They've been roasting them. So I got to give them a lot of credit for the way they played. It was really, really outstanding.
I got to get your opinion on the deal today. The Eagles make a deal for a safety and Kevin Byard from the Titans for a 5 and a 6. They sent Terrell Edmonds over. He's a former All-Pro, and here's a guy here that's never missed a game. It strengthens their secondary, obviously, at the safety position.
Yeah.
Here's the numbers right here: a 5 and a 6 and Terrell Edmonds for All-Pro safety Kevin Byard. You tell me what you think here.
Well, I think it just shows you that they were inspired by that game yesterday or last night. They think that they're getting ready for something. They've got something special there. They're not playing their best ball. But the thing is, those kids up front, at the way they got after, the Dolphins, I'm talking about, of course, Jalen Carter. I'm talking about Jordan Davis. The way that defensive line, the pass rush, they put on Tua. They did some things that, nobody else had done that to that offense. And they really got after them. And I could see things up the road because you're talking about very young players. So they're going to do nothing but get better. But the promise that they showed right now, because I tell you, who they would have to beat to win the whole thing. You're going to have to beat San Francisco. You're going to have to beat Dallas. They showed they could dominate on both sides of the ball when it comes to the line of scrimmage. And I personally would like to see them get a bigger back. They need a back with a little size. Their backs are small. I'd like to see them get a bigger back. So they come into the game and they say, look, however you want to get beat, we are going to run the ball. So we're just going to let you know that we're not leaving that up as an option. We are running the ball on you guys, and we got these weapons outside. We don't have a problem going anywhere and playing anybody. And I think they could have that kind of attitude because if they play their best football, I think they could beat anybody, or at least they're headed there. See, you could see sparks of it because with the way they played defensively, I was very encouraged. I mean, the fact that they got after Tua, Buffalo got after Tua, but nobody else has. And the way some of the young kids were playing in the secondary, I was really excited about the way some of those kids have played because, when you see some of them, I come in, I saw the kids with the big eyes, they're nervous, they're not sure. I'm starting to see more confidence. They've got some depth now. As they get healthy, you got some kids that have played. Those are the things you need if you really want to win. And that Jalen hasn't played his best football. Devontae, we haven't had a whole lot from Devontae the last few games. We know AJ, he can do that every game. You got dominant players. And now you've worked Dallas in there. I like everything. The only thing is I would like to see a back with some size. That's the only thing I'd say that would be missing. And, of course, we need Jalen to play at a higher level. I think he's capable of it, but he needs to play better. Come on. Can't be turning the ball over like that.
10 turnovers in 7 games.
He knows he's got to play better, and I think he can. But they've shown you they've been able to win in spite of it. But when you play good teams, when you play the better teams, like when they're playing San Francisco, when some of these other teams they've got to play. Kansas City, they're going to have to – they're not going to be able to turn the ball over and everything. But the thing is, they have got the equipment to come in, and they could beat anybody. So I think that's where they're at right now. But they got to be playing at that top level when they play these teams. But, when you can dominate on both sides of the ball at the line of scrimmage like that, You don't have to tell me anything else. That means you can win this whole thing. But the whole thing is you got to go do it. But that was very promising. I was really excited about the way the defense played yesterday.
Do you think this front four is better than last year's front four?
You know what? I would say right now they haven't shown the consistency, but I think they do have the potential to do that. I think with the way Davis is playing, because you see they jumped in that bear front,
How about Sweat?
And Sweat, come on, man. What he's shown is he can consistently make plays and make big plays, man. I mean, and you know what? Their linebackers playing well.
Yes.
I did not think these guys were going to play as well, and they have played. They have been outstanding. And so, I wasn't as high on the defense, but I'm seeing, these kids are playing better. The way they played smart, not giving up. They gave up that one big throw to Hill. But other than that, man, you got a game breaker, right, who's killing everybody in the league. And, they kept them pretty much, in check other than that one play, for the touchdown,
How about this, Gary? Sean Desai, in my opinion, is the next candidate out of that building to be a head football coach like D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
His in-game adjustments that he's making and the way that he's moving guys around, he sees a deficiency here. I mean, look at what they did to that offense, like you said. Holding Hill to 88 yards is like holding him to 8 yards.
That's right.
I mean, they kept everything underneath outside of that one big play that they have, but that's going to happen.
Yep.
And I just think this guy, he's getting better and better as a coordinator. And I'll make this point to you. You have that coordinator in the Super Bowl, you win it.
I'm telling you, I couldn't help but be excited about it. And you said making adjustments. And the job they did against their running game. Look, they're leading the league when it comes to
stuff them.
They do not let people run the ball on them. So they make a team one-dimensional, and then they put that pressure on them where the quarterback, come on, there's no quarterback in the league that they don't like getting hit, and it makes them have to be great in order to be the team that's pressuring them like that. So I think that anybody that's looking at this team would have to be excited. I'm excited by what I saw out of the defense because I know that the offense has shown that they can play at a higher level, and they're going to need to do it. But I think that everybody should be very excited about what they saw out of the Eagles. But like I said, I'd like to see them get a bigger back. I mean, Swift is not big, and neither is Gainwell. They need somebody with some size so that if you got to just run inside, then you got some. Give me 4 yards. Get in there and give me 4 yards out of that run. A guy bigger is going to get 4 yards rather than 2 or 3. Give me 4 yards. 4 yards. You get 4 yards. You're going to get a first down. So if you can go in there and get the 4 yards, so I'd like to get them to get a. And all they need is a guy that can run this year. Maybe after the end of the year he's done. Fine. Give me a guy that's got some size that can run behind.
Leonard Fournette.
I think that would do it.
Leonard Fournette. Hey, Gary, let me ask you about A.J. Brown. Is there a better wide receiver in pro football right now than him?
He's the most complete, I think, right now. He's the most complete, that's playing right now because
I mean the big names like Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, even Tyreek Hill. Gary, this guy, he plays like T.O., and I said this earlier, Gary. Mm-hmm. This is why I think he is a better Eagle than what Terrell Owens was, is because he's giving you the 2005 year that Owens never gave you. Mm-hmm. This guy's coming off a career year and giving you another career year. I mean, this is why his tenure is going to be remembered more than what Owens's was, because that was a one-year wonder. This thing has the potential of being 5 years and some maybe 5 of the greatest receiving years that anyone, no disrespect to Mike Quick, but of all time in Eagle history.
I think that, when of course, I get a chance to see him up close. And I think people probably are getting the chance to appreciate him more because the guy's a beast, man. You're going like, you can't play wide receiver. This guy was playing wide receiver, and he was talking about how Julio Jones is the reason he played wide receiver because he hadn't seen big physical wide receivers. But Julio Jones inspired him that he could play wide receiver because he had the speed, he had the physical ability, and regardless of the fact that he's bigger than everybody, there's no reason he can't play the position. So he said he inspired him, and with what he's doing, and I think that the fact that he's playing with Devontae Smith has helped him where he runs his routes better. He's a better route runner. He's more patient. He knows how to be patient in his route. That sometimes you don't want to get open early in the right route. You want to get open at the end of the route. So he's patient. He knows how to set a guy up, and then when he needs to get powerful, you know, he can be as strong and mean and aggressive as anybody in the league. You see, he say, "Look, I'm taking this ball from you, dude. You know, get out of the way." You know, and he's just so much stronger than all the guys that are trying to cover him. That
he's fifth in the league in, yards after the catch right now, and it just seems to me, Gary. I mean, he plays like Owens.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he just. You know, everyone forgets the fact that Owens played on a team with Jerry Rice. I mean, he was the other guy, and he learned so much on how you became a professional. And I think that is probably going to help Devontae in watching how this guy handles himself on the field. So they've got a nice dynamic. I want to move on to two last questions for you here. I'll tell you something. Hassan Reddick, I mean, Gary, in the last 17 games, who would you take, Micah Parsons or Reddick, when it comes to impact in football games? How come every time I watch Micah Parsons in a big game, he is like a big no-show? And every time I watch Reddick, he's making a TFL. He's a quarterback hit. He's making a sack. He's tackling a guy for a loss. That guy, I mean, there's a chance, Gary, that if he trends out right, he'll have 30 sacks in 2 years. Whew. Get this, 3 years, $45 million. What a freaking steal he's.
You're right. Well, you know, the thing he is that, you know, when he came here with a chip on his shoulder, knowing he was fighting uphill, that, you know, people haven't really given him what he feels he's due. And so last year, he made a statement. Basically, he made it throughout the playoffs. He made a statement of how good he feels he is. And, you know, I sat down and talked to him about it, you know, and he feels like he's still got to prove himself. You know, some of the other guys that maybe, you know, some of Micah, you know, the fact he's down there in Dallas, you know, he's getting attention and he doesn't, you know, take anything away from him, but he just wants to prove it with his play that he's as good as anybody putting on the uniform. And I got to give him credit. I mean, I knew that he wasn't going to do a lot early in the season because, you know, you can't rush the passer if your hands aren't right. So he's gotten those hands right, and you can see that, you know, he makes plays every game. You know, he's going to make a sack, a tackle in the backfield. He's going to do some things every game, and, you know, that's leadership too. And he's one of the leaders on the defense. And one of the ways he leads with the way he plays so that when he says something, the guys listen. So he's kind of one of the veteran leaders on that defense. And
I want to bring a number up to you here, and I want you to tell me why this is always a close game here. The next opponent, obviously, is the Commanders. Yeah. January 2nd, 2021, the Eagles beat the Commanders by 4, 2016. September 25th, they beat them 24-8. The Eagles, that's probably a big differential in points. Then get this, last year, November 14, 2022, the Commanders turned around and beat them 32-21 by 10. Yeah. And then this year, 34-31, you have 3 points. Why is this game always so close? I get the divisional opponent thing, but what's the one thing they have? To me, it looks like you have to have a good D-line if you want to be in a game with the Eagles.
I think you hit it right there. And see, and I know this is an indictment of Washington's defensive line. These guys play when they want to play. And when they got the Eagles, they know they're going to get more attention. They're supposed to be playing against the best offensive line in the league. and they show up to play. I'm ashamed to say it is a lot of games they do not show up to play. You know, and
I've seen it.
You got guys that are flat out stealing. They're down there and they're capable of playing better on a weekly basis. But that defensive line, which all four of those guys are talented and they're capable of having an effect on a game. And they all show up to play against the Eagles because they know they could get embarrassed. And I think that they know it's a division game, and the fact that a lot of people are going to be watching that, and they want to show, look, we are as good as anybody in the league. But, you know, they really need to do it every week. But that's why I think that they play them well. I mean, I got to give Washington credit. But, you know, it's really an indictment of them as well, which is, you know, they don't show up every week, but they show up against the Eagles, and they play that defensive line. And I'm really the Jets. That's one of the ways the Jets beat the Eagles.
What we said there, Gary, look, the Jets had a good D-line.
Yep.
The Commanders had a good D-line.
That's right.
And even in a way, the Patriots did too a little bit. So if you don't have a good D-line, you really don't have a chance against Philadelphia.
That's right.
But if you do, it kind of keeps you in there.
Yep.
And you get really good play callers on the other side. My last question for you.
That's right.
Tell me what you think of Jalen's overall play so far this year with, again, he's trending to 19 turnovers, 19 interceptions, and I know he's probably going to get better, but Gary, they're asking him to do more in the passing game, which is leading to high probability on turnovers. Those tips are going to become more common. Get this, he's on trace to throw for 600 attempts. Last year, he threw only for 435.
Wow.
So you're really upping his volume of chances of INT. Is that him just working through that?
I think that's some of that. You know, some of them he's had some freak things a number of times with some of the plays where it's been, you know, bad, as bad as it could get. But you know, he's not playing his best football yet, without a doubt. But they are asking him to do more. Teams are clearly have come out just like the Pats in the first game. In the second game was the Vikings. You know, they said, we're taking away his running. We're not letting him run on us anymore. So even if they give up some yardage with the running back, they're okay with that. They do not want Jalen to get going because he averages more, and it seems like it really affects the game more. So that's what Belichick said. We're taking away that running. So they're not as effective, and teams are doing a better job with the RPOs, you know, with the run-pass options. That is, you can see it's not as much of their game. He's running really, for the most part, he's running on passes where he drops back and then he scrambles. That's what most of his running has been. The RPOs, you don't see them where he's faking the handoff and then he's taking off sometime. Teams are taking that away. So they got to make some adjustments. And what they've decided to do is throw the ball more. But that's why I would like to see them get a big back with some better size where, fine, you want us to run the ball down your throat? We will run the ball down your throat. See, because it's like they want to take away everything off the corner. They don't mind them running inside on them. Well, you know, if you're going to give us that, then we want to take it. You got a bigger back. He can go in there and do that all game long. Smaller guys, you know, they're getting tackled by a safety. They're getting tackled by a corner, you know. Whereas if you got a bigger back who's carrying people and a pounder inside, I think with that line, you're going to be able to make a team say, we got to take that away. We got to take that away. Then it's going to open up other things. But they got to run the ball. You can't just get away from the running where they're throwing the ball so much. I want to see them run the ball. I like the fact that they did run the ball yesterday. I thought
34 attempts.
Jets, they got away from it. You know,
34 attempts, 31 pass. Even though they didn't have a ton of yards, they were at least committed to it. You know,
that's right.
They could end up having some balance. Gary, thank you, my friend.
Good deal.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you, Gary.
All right, buddy. Hey, take it easy.
Got it. Gary Cobb, Fox 29 in Philadelphia. We really appreciate it. All right, do me a favor. We'll talk about tonight's game. We'll look at Week 7 of the NFL. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Congratulations to Bill Belichick for winning his 300th regular season football game. Only Shula and Hallis have crossed that threshold. Belichick will go down as the greatest coach in the history of pro football, and rightfully so. He's done everything. Everything. And it's funny how the media is today, because you know what they like doing? They like taking chips and shots at guys who have been dominant. Name me a coach in pro football history that's had a 25-year run in his career like Belichick that was successful every year of their lives. Name me one. There isn't one. Don Shula did nothing his last 10 years. Last 15 years. Did nothing. Landry did nothing his last 10, 15 years. Nothing. All those guys ran out of steam. Belichick has 4 bad years of coaching, or 4 not up to what he was doing because it was such a high standard. Did you think a 25-year dynasty was going to last forever? Even Rome fell. I think Chuck Noll had a losing record his final season. Last couple of years. I think even Bill Cowher did. That's a good one, Chuck Noll. Noll didn't go out on top. Chuck Noll, coaching record. He's one of my favorite coaches. By the way, he had a 566 win percentage. We're not talking about a guy with a massive win percentage, but according to you, Nick Sirianni's better. Yeah, according to some of you, Nick Sirianni's a better coach than Chuck Noll. You got to love that one. Well, he's got a higher win percentage, Sills. 23-4. He's a better coach than Coach Noll. How funny is that? Yeah, Chuck Noll's last couple of years in the NFL. Here's his last years. 7-9, 9-7, 9-7, 5-11, 8-7, 6-10, 7-9, 9-7, 10-6, 6-3, 8-8, 9-7. I wouldn't write home about those numbers. I mean, I love how people in today's media are making Belichick to seem like he's some sort of stiff coach at the end because his dynasty ran out of gas. Noel's dynasty ran out of gas. And again, Bill Walsh lasted 10 years. He got out for a reason because he was running out of gas. Okay? Sills, do you like the trade? Gino, it's a spectacular trade. It fits and checks all the boxes. Money, good player, Luss, not really giving away a lot of assets. Absolutely. I'm critical of Hurts, but he played pretty good. Steven, the turnovers have to get taken away, but they're asking him to do more. You're going to have higher turnovers. Jalen Hurts is going to have 15 turnovers. He's going to have around 12 to 15 interceptions this year. Deal with it. It's higher than you thought. I thought he'd have higher interceptions. If you're asking him to throw the ball 200 more times, he's going to have more turnovers. He's going to have 15 picks. Same number as Dak. Shit, you're halfway through the season already. He's got 8. You don't think he's going to throw 7 more picks? I do. You ask a guy to higher turnover plays. You know, it's funny. How many times do you see people come on here, Steven, and go like this? Well, that's not his fault it was a tip. That's not his fault it was a tip. Well, you're going to get more tip passes with more volume. It's not his fault. That's not the point. You're doing more turnover plays as a unit. I can't believe people don't see that. You think if a guy increases his volume 200 more attempts or 150 more attempts, there's not a higher chance for turn. Play the averages. So Jalen's going to go from 6 to 12 interceptions. Is that a number that would be not out of the realm of possibilities if you're asking him to throw the ball 175 more times? No. Common sense. Common sense. That's why when you guys were saying Brady, get this. I'm going to make the ultimate point with you on Brady. How many people think Brady had a horrible year last year? Tom Brady's stats. How many people believe that Tom Brady had a horrible year last year? Anybody believe Brady had a horrible year? Jalen is on pace this year to throw the ball 600 times. And he's already got how many? He's got 2 more picks than the entire year. Okay? Brady threw the ball 733 times last year. Was almost the same completion percentage as Jalen Hurts is right now at 67%. Led the league in attempts and completions. Threw the ball for 4,700 yards. And Tom Brady had 9 picks all year. That's a shitty year. Your guy's got 8 picks, not even halfway through the year. So when you guys are telling me all last year that Brady had a horrible year, well, try doing that. Throw the ball 733 times and only have 9 picks. Shit, they upped your guy's volume. He's halfway through the season. He's already got more picks than he did a year ago. So don't ever talk about Brady having a bad year. Your guy's trying to be a pocket passer, and he's already at his season total of turnovers from a year ago. Okay? I mean, he threw the ball every down. Had the same percentage of completions. Led the league in attempts and completions. 67%. He was like 4th in completion percentage. And had high yards. and 25 touchdowns and 9 picks. Your guy would bend over for those stats, 25 and 9, throwing the ball 600. That means he has to throw the ball one more time of an interception. I mean, dude, anytime you increase the volume, especially with a passer who's not really a bona fide thrower of the ball. And by the way, he's not accurate. This is the point you're missing. I'm not saying he's not improving, because he is improving. He's improving in his completion percentage. And they're just asking him to do more. This is where you get your tips and turnovers. Well, it's not his fault. Yes, it is. It's the approach. You see, what you want to do is you want to blame the coordinator for that. Tip passes. No. That's a philosophical way that they're going about trying to develop Hurts into a pocket passer, and at the expense of turnovers. And by the way, you're right in one aspect here. You're not going to complain about the 10 turnovers right now until they lose again. Then you'll complain about it, because it'll probably be in a significant role, like it was in a Super Bowl. And that's where it costs you in those games like that. Okay? Nobody's shitting on anybody. You're asking him how is that shitting on him, saying that you're going to have more turnovers with more volume of plays? That's shitting on someone or pointing the truth out? Since when is telling the truth of what happens shitting on someone? It's not shitting on anyone. That's how you hear it. That's a you thing, dude. Yeah. Hey, dog. That's what you guys have to do. You have to deal with. That's a you thing, not me. Okay? That's a you thing. Okay? Real quick here. Week 7 to the NFL. So it won't cost us until the Super Bowl? It costs you in the Super Bowl as turnover. It didn't? That scoop and score? Or I must have missed that. He's had a turnover in every game but Washington since that game. And one of those games that matters the most, when you have a turnover, it'll cost you a ring. And that great 23 and whatever thing you throw out there is hollow with no trophy behind it. It really means nothing. JoJo goes, who cares? Who cares? Turnovers, you don't care. Well, a turnover costs you a Super Bowl. And now we're seeing them every week. That's not really Jalen. That's the team wanting him to play like that. Again, you think this is solely pinned on Jalen? Let me make sure I emphasize this. I'm not blaming Jalen for this. I'm blaming this is what they want him to be. Okay, let me make that very clear. This is who they want him to be. Okay? And he's conforming to it. I'm not blaming. Dude, if Jalen Hurts was having a bad year, right, Tone? If he was having a bad year, his completion percentage would be around 62, 61. And then you could start saying, well, he's throwing bad passes. He's not. He's just throwing passes that have a chance of having tips, fumbles, interceptions, one bad throw. It's just more of it. I'm not cherry picking anything. How do you call cherry picking 10 turnovers and say that that's not an issue? And he's trending to 19 interceptions. You don't think that's an issue? All right. Anyway, I'm not debating with people that can't be talked to. Hey, 49ers tonight, 31-21. What do you got, Tone? I got 49ers 31, Vikings 21. Okay? That's what I would say. I think, and then again, the two best teams in the NFC, in my opinion, have separated themselves, San Francisco and the Philadelphia Eagles. Great win by the Eagles, by the way. Niners 30, Vikings 20. Yeah. I think that's kind of where it is. Vikings win 24-19. There you go, Maniac. There you go, baby. F the whiners. All right. Hey, Xander, Big Joe, thank you guys very much. Absolutely fantastic. We really appreciate everybody coming aboard today. All of you were absolutely great. We appreciate it. Please hit the like button. Xander, Big Joe, we thank you. Tony killed it again, man. I'll tell you what, the mayor's killing it, man. I look forward to our segment, man, each and every single Thursday, every single day, Monday through Friday at 3:30 Eastern time. He's just absolutely killing it. Very good stuff. Thank you so much, Tone. Till tomorrow, 2 to 6 Eastern, we will start up our Hooters gift certificate giveaways as we look for your information. There'll be a code word tomorrow. Again, congratulations to our winners here, Christopher and Ken. We thank those guys for coming aboard, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Yo.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.